Audio.
Dude, calm down.
Okay.
Jennifer.
For some reason, the camera wasn't connected.
I don't care if she has cancer. This is stupid. I don't give a Don't get involved.
What?
Jennifer's flipping it. Just don't get involved.
Why?
She's rubbing pizza on our doors and our windows, and she's flipping out. You better watch. Bridget is going to stomp you into the ground if you don't stop. Yeah. She's ruined Halloween.
You've ruined Halloween.
She's saying this is over the pizza.
Audio bad. Now fix froze camera or burn cam. What the fuck?
Obviously.
No big deal.
Are you like 45? What are you doing? 45? Yes. I'm only 40.
Well, you age like you're 53, dude. But you're acting like you're 12.
Yeah, I'm aged like I'm 53 because I'm dying, you piece of... You're getting surgery, you stupid... No. Yeah.
She's melting down about that.
There
You're
we
gonna be
go.
fine, Jennifer.
Is this over pizza?
No, honestly, God, I think it's because she thinks it's the last time she's gonna be able to have the
It was
pizza
a
with us.
tradition that we always had for 30 years, Michael, that you broke.
Because Mia's birthday party is tomorrow, and we have $800.
I knew it. I knew it. You could have just gone. I knew it.
Get your kids here, and they're cleaning my walls, my windows, my front door. And if they don't, I swear to God, you're going to jail.
Okay.
You want to go to jail?
Sure.
Such a hard-headed, and she's just like that. Get your kids here, Jenny.
Gladly to be like that. This is gross. Do something about it. His party is tomorrow. To your crackhead sister, do something about it. Crackhead. Yes, crackhead.
No. Get your kids. Look at me. Get your kids, okay? I don't care. I'm listening. That's mine. Go get them. Are you okay? Why are you walking back and forth? It's freaking me out. Is this a Halloween prank? Are you okay? Are you just scared? What's that face about?
What do I have to be scared about?
You have surgery this month.
You've been losing your mind lately.
I'm surprised you haven't like pulled your hair out. I gotta be honest.
Yeah.
How did it go?
Yeah, oh my god.
Well, views are down. Did you cut your hair for me? Are you okay?
I'm good.
Bro.
Okay.
She's losing it.
Yeah.
Just take this from me now. I'll take it.
The kids are asleep, Michael.
Martinsville.
Well, thanks for stopping by. There's two sober. She's gonna need to.
Billy. I'd be mad.
No. She's still.
Night train. You're not gonna believe
Did the
this.
thing in my busted eardrum ear. Now I'm deaf.
You know I got copyright
That's your fault.
again.
That's a you problem.
The so-called
What?
no copyright
But you
music.
did hear. Here. She's denying she
Apparently
did.
it's
She's like-
copyright.
She's like Grandpa. Yeah.
I did nothing.
Do the last one,
Fucking
go.
stupid.
No.
Do the last one, go. Just do it. She's not gonna.
You want it broken?
You're gonna have to pay him a lot of money.
No.
Yep.
This is a terrible thing to do on Halloween, the night before my daughter's birthday party.
No.
It was fun.
That's
Nope.
nasty.
I'll show you.
You're a real jackass, Shen.
I want to document the craziest person I've ever met, like, on camera, so everyone can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Look at you, you're proud of yourself, aren't you?
Well, actually, I tried to get in the back seat and she drove off, but yeah.
Explain that one to me.
There you go.
I think she's up there talking to herself. I hear her talking. There's nobody there to talk to. All right, Jennifer.
Yeah, you bored me to death.
Bored you to death? You just snapped. And where did all this come from?
Take it from him.
Were you going to throw all this pizza at my house? Was that the plan?
Oh, no, we're taking that home to eat.
So you went and bought, how many pizzas is this? 5?
I bought like 8 pizzas.
2 to destroy on my front door? Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
You're the ugliest jack-o'-lantern I've ever seen. Okay, that's Halloween. That's your sister. That is your sister. She's no relation to me, not anymore.
She is so unpleasant lately. I don't know what is going on.
She's upset over the surgery.
Fucking stupid.
It's officially November. She's getting surgery this month. She's freaked out. And she's taking it out on everyone, and now
I
no
was
one's going to care if she
not-
lives or dies.
No copyright music.
I want my sister to
Copyright.
live through this thing with me. She was smearing.
Therapy.
She smeared on our windows and pizza.
Like, she's like 45, 50.
She's at least 50. She was born in 1973, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
That is Halloween 2024. My sister has completely lost her mind. Honestly, God, I don't know if she's going to do me as party. Is she going to ruin it?
Maybe she should stay back.
Paper, rock, scissors, who won fights her? Paper, rock, scissors. Paper, rock, scissors. Paper, rock, scissors. Paper, rock, scissors. What? Paper, rock, scissors. I'm not doing it. You smell amazing.
It's native. Clean, effective, all-day deodorant.
Hey, yo.
We're Tanya, Dave, Brady, and Billy. We've been living and traveling in our Winnebago Echo named Desert Snow for almost 3 years now. We've traveled to well over 35 states, creating amazing adventures. Hey, hit that subscribe button and join us on some wild rides. Grab a drink and a notebook as we take you on the ultimate luxury truck camping in snow road trip of a lifetime.
Good morning. We're actually just outside Sacramento at a beautiful harvest host here. You can see just a massive, massive vineyard all around us. I mean, look at all these grapevines. But anyway, we are headed today to pick up a truck camper. First time we've ever been in a truck camper. We're excited to check it out. We're going to be living in it for about 2 weeks. And we have a fun trip planned up into the mountains, into the snow, up by Lake Tahoe. First time there as well. It's also over Christmas and the holidays, so it's going to be absolutely beautiful. We're super excited.
Are you ready for a little adventure, Bobby?
He's like, I'm ready to...
Missiles would just be rolled out the side of these.
Hello. I'm so excited to share with you today. First of all, I want to say I'm really excited and looking forward to hearing back from some people on the van. I have a lot of interest out of nowhere, which everyone is kind of like basically saying they need to get through this weekend. It's a holiday. And so we'll see going into November how that goes. But I did a live chat last week
That would be Night Train's bike. I wanted to see if I could do it. Let me turn this down. God forbid I get fucking copyright.
Alright guys, so I've got a requested video for tonight. A lot of folks have been asking me, hey, new laser arrays. I want to make a Christmas ornament with my machine.
Are you doing grayscale or structural? I believe it's Jarvis.
Nothing too serious, nothing too over the top Christmas ornament. But I'm also, just for you guys that maybe don't want to take the time to design them, or maybe use them for a company.
Took me quite a while to
those in my Etsy shops, you can download
adjust.
if you choose. But the object
Yeah, it's Jarvis.
to kind of help teach you how to go about designing your own product.
Quite a while.
But this is kind of one of
This is
a prototype that came up with a few days ago, where you can have like a countdown to Christmas. Make this into an ornament. You can customize it with whatever it takes. This was just some random stuff.
This is how many tests
I've
done.
So one thing we're going to do tonight is we're going to redo this with a little bit of a twist, a little bit of adjustments to some of the things that I've seen about it that I don't like. And we're also going to build a couple of just simple, generic ornaments so that you guys can, give them to family, friends, whatever, or if you want to run through. So if that's something you're into, stick around. And we're going to be operating off the computer for the majority of the video. So let's get started.
Yeah. Ceramic tile painted with Rust-Oleum 2X white.
To me, it's just easier because I've gotten so used to using Lightburn. We're going to push back on this update to 1.7.03 just because I don't want to have any issues while I'm trying to do this video. For this video, we will be using the Hurricane CO2 as the machine to cut these. So even though the machine is off, I'm going to go ahead and select that profile so that as I lay the pieces out, they will fit here in the workspace. So what we're going to look at doing today, guys, is making this.
Took a while to get the settings just right. I was all over the place. I don't do tile. I do not do tile all the time.
So of course, you're going to have a
I've tried it.
Now, depending on how big you want,
and kind of put it on the back burner.
That I would recommend you making your circle. Typically speaking, around 3 inches is going to be plenty for most ornaments and stuff like that. So that's going to be ballpark. That's going to be somewhere.
I'll probably do another one. I'll try that.
In Lightburn, I run metric system in Lightburn just because it's easier with the machines
or whatever.
So the actual round part down here, we're going to make that 75. I'm going to lock the aspect ratio. Just leave that guy sitting there.
Just to see how what the difference is.
Is going to be the basis for a lot of different parts. So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to duplicate that, and I'm going to slide this over here to the side, because in this one that I have that we're trying to remake, it's actually 3 layers. And so I'm going to need this again for the back layer of this design. And you'll see why I went ahead and duplicated it here in a minute, because I'm going to mess this one up by changing it to fit the different design. So in order to make this look like a Christmas ball, you kind of need to have that square, rounded-ish little design here, or a little piece on the top. So I'm going to create myself a little square, just make it kind of proportionate to the ball that I've created. I'm going to try to get it to, get it to that Christmas ball-ish look there. So I'm going to select both of those shapes. You can do that by dragging from left to right, doing it that way. Or you can click one.
I'm not sure yet.
Control, or click the other one, and I'll select both of them.
All I've been doing is testing in Jarvis. I prefer Jarvis over anything
you can also
else
use
because
hotkeys if you
more
want
finer.
to, which is the Alt Page Up command.
The guy in the background sounds familiar. Yeah, that's
if you're one of those folks that uses shortcuts, then
Clad
you
Shack.
can figure it out those as you go. So we're going to hit that, and that's going to align them theoretically, but they were already aligned, so
yeah.
we're good. Now the next thing is I don't really want these sharp edges on this part of the Christmas ball. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select that box right here to the radius. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to change that over to about a 5mm radius, and I'm going to click on those little corners. Now, a little secret here. If you click this box, you'll see it's about a 20mm wide box. So the 5mm is going to basically be the curvature from the corner in this way. So you typically...
Black Shack, we're watching it.
I
didn't even see the fucking name, dude.
A quarter of
wow.
Will give you that.
Wait.
Thanks for stopping. That's him.
That I go by when I'm trying to...
He's in my chat, right here.
If you do less, and I'll show you here.
I want to thank you a lot, dude. You've taught me a lot through your videos.
This is going to be the overall shape.
I'm actually watching the one about the Christmas ornament right now.
In order to do this for a Christmas ball thing, I kind of want to be rounded, and so that's why I went with basically like a quarter round over. It's a quarter of the overall width here, because you have the 5.
Congratulations.
And you have 10 in the middle.
That's awesome.
On your sides, and that makes it 20mm across. So just a little tip makes it easier to get that look you desire. So in order to make all of this into one shape, we're going to go over here.
I'm trying.
I'm going to click that guy.
I spent about 3 hours trying to get all the settings just right.
Drag from right to left, encompassing both lines, or you can drag from right or left to right, and or you can drag from right to left, and
it's not bad. It's a 5-watt laser. Nothing like what you use.
There's a billion functions, and you're going to join 2 shapes, which is this one right here, and that's going to make that into this little Christmas ball shape. Now, if you're wanting to put like a hole here, or if you want to come up and make this look like it's kind of a ring for
Not too bad.
the Christmas ball, you can do so.
Let's see.
Come up here and you can kind of attach this. Let's see, make sure we got that 24. It's not terrible, but let's do 20 and 20.
I'm so stupid. I didn't even know that. I didn't pay attention to the screen name.
Bring that down just so it impacts the other circle. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to do an inside offset.
Hang on, let me get this up and running.
And we're going to do it 5 millimeters and hit
Properties.
OK. So now the way to join all of this together, if you want to do so,
Deactivate.
is we're going to take and drag across, select both of those.
I guess that really made your day.
And then
That's
now
this
we're gonna
guy
do
on
so.
YouTube
know.
shit I watch all the time.
Do the same thing and join them together. So now we have that. You
Just gotta wipe the
Christmas
paint off now.
appearance here. And there you go. We got it. Somewhat
Refresh.
going. Maybe my ball might not be quite big enough for the
Activate.
It's a little bigger
Okay.
than what I had expected it to be.
Not
Yes,
too
I think
bad.
It's a little disproportionate. So hang on, let's fix this up. Let me change this to 100.
Now I just gotta get the paint off.
It's a little disproportionate. So
See how it's gonna truly look.
I'm gonna duplicate that one. Yeah, I think that's gonna be a little better. So we're just gonna select both of these. I'm going to
I'm trying my damnedest to save up for a 20 watt. Hey, that's a question I got for you.
Looks more proportionate. Looks more like what I was wanting it to look. So we're good with that.
Can I
So there's our basic shape for
get
Christmas designs tonight.
like
For
a
the
20 watt
ornament
laser
itself.
tree
So if you're
module
following along and you're
and
doing
put
this,
it on this?
this
this
is what I would
ORTUR?
recommend, for
Or it's gotta be the
you
same
doing
brand?
Christmas ornaments. This is something that I started doing, and it's
Can I get a
really
cheaper
cool.
module?
Is I'll
and
go
put
down
it on
here, I'm going to
this?
start me an art library right here in the bottom left corner. I'm going to hit new. Alright, go to a location on your
It's
computer where you
ORTUR
know that
Master
I have a
2.
folder on my shared drive that says libraries. Alright, I'm going to name this one Ornaments 2024. Alright, I'm going to save. So that's going to create me this art library. So now I
It's
can
the
go
old
here,
school
select
one.
this, Import,
Master 2.
and I can name this
It's not the Pro.
shape. And hit OK. To bring it over into the library. I can click this one. Alright, same thing. Import from project. And I can hit back. And that's going to tell me that that's a back piece, or that's that main circuit. So now I have all of the pieces and shapes over here on this side of the stick. So that's pretty handy.
Oh,
That
glad
way,
you got one.
you don't have to
Your favorite
open files
YouTuber
that use just a particular part.
watching
And
you.
you'll see that we're going to fill this up pretty good before we're done.
Why you
Like
got
if you wanted to make
one in your
the
YouTube
pin
video?
I wanna-
one that I showed you when we started here. What you're going to need is you're going to need this
I'm
main
gonna take you on a
right
tour
here.
and show you what I've
Alright, so we're
been
going to need to put a little window
doing for the last
Yeah.
2 weeks.
to do the little camera.
Getting ready for
Alright,
Christmas.
I'm going to make me a little window. I'm going to bring it over. I'm going to set it, say, right
Here's
here.
my makeshift paint booth.
I'm going to hold control, click that, and I'm going to align this up vertically. Alright. But I'm also, not only am I going to need that window, but I'm going to need this back piece here, which I'm going to go ahead and click that. I'm going to change it to a tool line just to, well, I can change it to this board here, a little easier to see. And I'm going to move it over here. I'm just going to operate with 2 different colors for now while I'm building, so that I can kind of keep track of what's on what layer, because that just kind of lets me know, okay, this is attached to this is attached to this.
These are all hand painted.
This is going to be, and if you go over here to cuts and layers, you can actually move like these up and down if you wanted to change where they're located and which one's on top and all that good stuff. I'm just going to leave it like this for
Getting
now,
ready for
because
Christmas.
That's not the way we're going to leave it. And this would be, the red one would be your outer piece, and then the blue one would be the inner piece. So what I want to do is have the text to where it will
I'm located in New York.
here, and then this little box is going to show it.
New
So what
York.
I'm going to do is I'm going to click this blue line here, use the offset tool, and we're going to come in and
I hate painting too.
about 10. We'll come in about 10.
That's why I do it.
And it hit OK. That's going to give me another line. I'm going to use that line for text. I'm going to change that line to a tool line. So now I'm going to come over here with my text tool, and I'm going to click on that line, change the font size, and we're just going to type in here. I'm going to go ahead and do 24. No, we'll do 24, and then we're going to go backwards.
Not
so
too bad.
23, 22, 21, you get the idea. Alright. So, we got our numbers in there. Now, the one thing I can tell you is this text is going to be way too big. So we're going to
It
shrink that
didn't
down
come
a
up
bit.
too bad.
Now, what I want to do now is I'm going to move this text, and I want to try to get the text so that it's more or less centered on that little tool line. It just makes lining this up a little easier in my opinion. So I'm going to click that. I'm going to hold Control. I'm going to select this inside.
I'm proud.
tool line
I'm
that I just made right
pretty
here.
impressed with this one. Now we're going to try the stucky setting. My God, I can't believe he's in my... Can't believe he's in my chair. This is insane.
Makes your day 100 times better.
Yeah, I'm not sick anymore.
Oh, I got it.
Hi, Dylan.
Dad's in a good mood now. Oh, yes? Yeah, wanna know why?
Alright, here we go.
Ask him.
Hey Dad, why are you in a good mood?
Why am I in a good mood?
Yeah.
See this?
Yes.
See that name?
Yes.
That's this guy that I'm watching right now.
And we go to Tools,
Oh.
Apply Path for
Wait,
Text.
how did you get his
We're going to wrap
number?
the text around.
I don't have his number.
You'll see
He
how
came to my
it's
chat
over
room.
here.
Oh.
In that
Him.
the text is wood.
That's why you're in a good mood.
So you can't have that.
And guess what? He's not sick
When I
anymore.
change
Made my
that
whole
font
day, I
size,
think.
it makes it a little too small.
Made my whole
So
year.
now the horizontal
I've been
spacing
watching this
is
guy for quite a
just
while,
tweak
Jamie.
that just enough to
You've
get it
even
to where
sat
I can
here and watched some of the videos.
Now, still got the problem of my text is
But
upside
Dad, you
down.
like my rings?
So with that,
Yes, I love your
face.
face.
Yeah, I used to have a bad
So
one,
select,
but I lost it on the bus.
we'll select my
Like by my
line,
back.
Yeah, that's clack.
right, and we'll mirror
I
the
get one
line.
like this. I was going
If you
with my
notice,
backpack,
we'll mirror
went
my
like that
tool
and
line.
fell off.
That has
So
flipped the
don't
text
know where it
around.
went.
So that walk with me very visually.
That's why I got this
As
one
this piece
that
rotates,
was on my
now
thumb. Because when I
all of
took
this
it off my
text is
thumb,
going to
Okay.
be
because
upright
it
on
was
the
hurting
inside
a
of
lot.
this box right here, no matter which way you go.
What do you think about
Now,
this?
I just need to
Look cool?
Yeah.
make sure I've got,
Nice.
I think you should get a motorcycle like that.
I want my number.
Dad's
pencil.
never gonna drive a
Right.
motorcycle.
Good enough. I'm going to select that.
Well, I kind of want to go on the
Radius
back of
two.
the motorcycle.
We
Okay.
did 5 up here. This is a lot smaller, so I'm going to stick with that 2.5.
I'm trying to
I'm
watch
just going to go ahead and round these
the
corners.
video
The
too.
rounded corners just give it a little bit of a more finished
I
look.
gotta promise.
Right, so we've got that done. So now we've got the
Well, thank you
24,
so much. I
and
appreciate you
can
just
rotate it
popping in,
as you
Clack.
rotate, and we'll do this just a
And
second.
I'll keep watching your videos. They're awesome. I've learned a lot because of you.
Making sure all of our numbers, we can stop on any number and not see another number.
Right
That's what
to
I'm
it.
looking for.
So, love you.
So like we got the 11 right there. It's pretty close, but it works.
come inside the house.
This is where we start getting into problems.
What's it's gonna...
What I was afraid of.
What time is it?
So,
Can't take a shower because Joseph hasn't washed any of my pajamas.
Jamie, that's insane, dude.
Let me resize this little box a little bit.
He was the last person I thought I'd see come in my room.
Double digit. We should be good. So yeah, look at that. It's spread out perfect. As long as the 23 and 24 will fit in there. Yeah, so we're good. There's where we need to lay. We need to be. We need to.
I'm just lost for words.
So I'm gonna leave that at 24. Just so that you know.
I heard
It's
werewolves.
an idea of what we got going on here.
That's why I came back in here.
So the 24, all the numbers, all this stuff, the blue and the numbers, the text, and
That's
everything.
crazy.
All
I
of
wasn't
that is
expecting to
actually
hear
on
werewolves.
two. So now that we've got everything kind of lined up and figured out, we can move this layer
I promise
over
you
here.
that.
This is going to be layer 2.
Insane.
One thing that we do need to do is we need to take that line
Oh, wait,
right there, that's
Dylan,
the outside cut. And I'm going to use an offset tool. And I'm going to come inward.
Apparently you're speechless too, Jamie.
To where the numbers are.
That's
basically
insane, man.
a piece of material. Now, to do this rotating layer, this is your center layer.
Yeah, I know,
Basically,
I know.
not only the numbers,
Yeah.
but this little center layer right here is also center pieces.
That's funny, I was playing this video too.
That piece and provide a
Crazy.
opening for this piece to rotate on. So now we also need to add a
Just in
little
case I
something
get
on here
hungry on my
to
way.
turn
That
on.
guy in the background sounds
Now,
familiar.
it's a Christmas ornament, so you can do.
It didn't dawn on me. I didn't see the screen name.
Myself. I love it.
That guy in the background sounds familiar.
I know I talked to him
We're
earlier,
gonna
but
quickly.
that's the aspect. And also talked to
That's insane.
I wanted this part to stay behind here and not interfere with the hanging. My prototype, there's some of my messes on the prototype was
No, how
I had
did
it to where the little hanging string or whatever was interfering
Yeah, I
with
know what I know. I know
the
you would
rotating
want
piece.
some.
So we got all those selected, all
So I'll
three
let
of
you
those
keep
selected.
some
And then it's
and
gonna
have
drop
some.
the Christmas
I would drop a
is there, snowflake
Here.
on that little piece just to decorate it. 'Cause that's technically just
That
a
I have
hanging, and then go rotate
That's fine.
the numbers. Numbers from something else. So now we got that
Yeah,
done.
I'll save
I need
those
to go
ones for you.
back
I'll
to
save those
my
ones for you.
ornament library that I did. And I'm going to go ahead and select this.
Well, I'll
Import
take the
from
I
last
here.
need
one for you.
to
You
adjust.
name
Wait, dinner
this
tonight and breakfast.
countdown
Mister.
layer 2. Alright. This
I think I get
I'm going to make, well,
not fully
we'll go ahead
melted.
and add some text to it before I do. So we're going to get our text tool.
Okay.
Then I'm going to put
Not yet.
days.
That's insane. Oh my
Into,
god.
Now,
I'm
Dad's
going to Christmas folder.
happier than a clown.
Pretty sure I have a Christmas song that was pretty cool. I don't know what I do. But I do see my little stars go out. So we're going to bring those into work here because we're going to be using those as a design asset for this as well. So I guess we're just going to do the Christmas. So I'm going to go back to my ornaments folder. Alright. We'll change this text here close to an engrave. Move this up here. We'll need to bring it up just a little bit. We'll change that font to something just generic. So if you get the file, or if you're building your own, you can change it. So there we go, days until, and then Christmas is going to be a much more substantial font. So I'm going to make this bigger.
I hope Hobo with wood will be
And
one of
put
them
it
next.
up here. Take this guy, I'm going to align both of
I
those.
like him too.
Make this go just a touch.
Yeah,
bigger.
wouldn't that be something?
Yeah.
Next hobo it
So
would.
now I can select those two. I'm going to group that text together and make sure that it is aligned with the ornaments there. There we go. Alright. Now we can bring this over if we wanted to add like these little stars. And a little trick for these little stars is they're pretty cool because you can, like I can duplicate these things now. Move these guys over here. Using this mirror tool, I can make it look like it's a total different set of stars or a different design when it's actually the same one. By using that and resizing it, you can kind of get a little variety in your design there. So I'm just going to drop a couple of those on there, and we'll call that done. Alright, so I'm going to select that whole thing, import from project. I'm going to name this
There.
Countdown
Video looks a little better.
Layer 2. So this is going to be the top
Or
layer right here.
Louisiana
Jamie?
hobby
Got that in
pie.
Jamie?
So,
Now he's all
so I got
hyper.
some scrap material.
I gotta-
This is the
I
pre-finished
should-
plywood. Got it over into the machine.
I'm definitely
so,
saving this.
We can use it. I
live
like this
chat.
pre-finished stuff. I get it at Rugby Materials. I've got a few videos on it. They're a more or less like a wholesale outlet type place.
I'm watching this video because I want to.
But they do.
I'm thinking about making this Christmas ornament.
One of the locations here near my house, and that's where I've been getting this material.
And you need help in
So,
the pop
this
this.
material, because this stuff is really hard to
How
get.
crazy is that?
But even on the
Do you understand, Jamie?
my speed, this could be abundantly
She
possible.
said, I haven't heard you this happy in forever.
300 speed, 75% output, and of course the other two are just tool lines. One thing that you do need to pay attention to, if you right click right here on the number sign, sort cuts last, you're always going to want to do that because if not,
This is
your pieces will
insane.
get cut, especially if you're using a blade
I
blade
hope
like this.
hope
The piece could fall
wood
or
will
twist or
be the
move,
next
and then
one.
when it gets engraved,
And that's an easy date to remember.
So, these are three
The
pieces.
Clack Shack came to my chat
And we're going to
November 1st.
get these guys. and
2024.
closer together, because I do want to kind of save a little bit of my.
It's funny, I started, no, look. I started following his instructions. I got as far as make a circle and duplicate it.
And then you see-
And then I look at chat and I'm like,
So instead of sanding it or anything, any kind
that
of
voice
silk
sounds
debris,
familiar in the background. Like, yeah, it's Clack Shack.
And then you look back and
So
I noticed the name and I'm like, oh shit, that's him. What's up, Atlantic? You just missed Clack Shack. He came to my live stream.
I kind of want to stick with gluing the rough sides to the rough sides. Because one of the only problems I have with this material is if you try to glue to that pre-finished side without like doing anything to it, it can have some issues. So what I'm doing there is these two pieces are both.
I'm just blown
unfinished.
away.
And so they glue together really well. The glue dries quick. I don't have any problems with that. But this next layer, because that right there is pre-finished, I'm going to
Now
take a
what?
sander and just kind of sand the top of it, scuff that up so that the glue will adhere to it. Because if not, I've had some problems with the glue coming loose. And so we're just going to put the glue right there. in the
Thank
middle.
you.
And this is a little pivot part. And what this does is it just wraps that
night
second
to
layer in there
remember.
and allows it to turn freely, but keeps it nice and neat without any kind of weird, pins or anything having to be put in there. I've seen some designs where you have to put pins in there. so
I don't
that
put
pins hold it
myself
together.
in
It's not really
timeout.
necessary. It's just overcomplicating it.
what did you do?
Alright guys, so there
When you
is
leave the
one
stream,
that we came up with today.
Uh,
Like I said, if
YouTube,
you only
the
want to
Clack
do,
Shack.
like I say, 12 days for Christmas.
You'll see.
7 days for Christmas, whatever. You could make this little spot a lot bigger You could also, by
I wonder
doing
how
so,
you ended up on this.
the letters would be
Where you
bigger.
paid.
It would be a lot
That's
easier to work
I
out.
know.
So you could use this ornament for a lot of other things as well. You could put this design. But you can see this is the one my little prototype I did the other day. And I improved upon this one a little bit because the little part that you turn is a
Feel
lot
like
bigger,
you ate a
easier to
whole
get
box
your
of
hands on,
cookies.
and so forth. So I like that design better. And I think the snowflake being off to the side of it just, it just kind of fits. So there we go with that one. So let's look at 12 days of Christmas now. Let's get.
Hi, I'm Nick, and I'm Adam. If
I
you like us,
can't even
you have a box of
concentrate now.
videotapes and photos just stacked in your closet. Worse, they're degrading.
I'm testing out the Poise Ultra Thin Pads. Dancing is a great workout, but ever since I had my son, I struggle with leaks when I'm jumping around. These stay-in-place wings help prevent shifting and bunching. I could go out dancing in these. Exercise tags, Poise Ultra Thin Pads. Try Poise Ultra Thins.
Let's get to it. Alright, so the first step is going to be to ungroup all of this. Alright, then we'll go in here and try to select my text.
I can't even concentrate on what I want to do.
Right here at the 12. I'm just going to backspace everything out and have 1 through 12 be my letters.
This was the happiest day you
Increase
ever
the
had.
size of these.
Shit. See, I fucked up. Where was it?
Go in your history. It should be there.
Oh my God, I can't think.
Alright, then we'll go in here and try to select
Go ahead and people you look
and we'll
up
start with right here at 12. I'm just going to backspace everything out and have 1 through 12 be my letters. I'm just going to increase the size of these guys. I know they're going to spill over
Yeah.
into the surrounding work area.
Oh my God.
Okay, really size everything once I get this dialed in.
Focus that.
I'm trying to. I'm like totally blown away.
Alright guys, so I've got a requested video for tonight. A lot of folks have been asking me, hey, I'm new to laser engraving. I want to make Christmas ornaments with my machine.
Wow, I think this is coming out better
What we're
than
going to do, guys, is I'm going to walk you
the
through
Jarvis.
the process of making some pretty simple, nothing too serious, nothing too
It's a little darker, but
Christmas ornaments.
not by much.
Also, just for you guys that maybe
I hope he gives you a shout out.
Don't feel comfortable yet, I'll try to upload into my Etsy shop so you can download
I should go to
his.
his.
But the object here, guys, is to kind of help teach you how to go
Have
about
me all
designing your own
distracted
product.
again.
But this is kind of where I'm starting. This is the prototype that I came up with a few days ago.
Never
where you
seen
can have
this
like a
happen.
countdown to Christmas. Make this into an ornament. You can customize it with whatever text. This was just some
When I
random
see you
stuff I
happy
thrown
like
together.
this is when I
Just
get
kind
you
of test
the
it and design to
cookies.
see if it works. So one thing we're going to do tonight is we're going to redo this with a little bit of a twist, a little bit of a adjustments to some of the things that I've seen about it that I don't like. And we're also going to build a couple of just simple, generic ornaments so that you guys can, give them to family, friends, whatever, or put them on your lawn tree. So if that's something you're into, stick around, and we're going to be operating off the computer for the majority of the video. So let's get started.
Let's do. I'm gonna post on his video thanking
I
him
prefer to
for
do
coming by.
designing in Lightburn. To me, it's just easier because I've gotten so used to using Lightburn. We're going to push back on this update to 1.7.03
Right.
just because I don't want to have any issues while I'm trying to do this video. For this video, we will be hurricane CO2 out of the machine to cut these. So even though the machine is off, I'm going to go ahead and select that profile so that as I lay the pieces out, they will fit here in the workspace. So what we're going to look at doing today, guys, is making this little ornament, and I'm going to just basically, really fast, we're going to show you how this ornament, the main outline goes together. So of course you're going to have a circle. Now, depending on how big you want your ornaments, that's the size that I would recommend you making your circle. Typically speaking, around 3 inches is going to be plenty for most ornaments and stuff like that. So that's going to be ballpark. That's going to be somewhere around 75 millimeters. In Lightburn, I run metric system in Lightburn just because it's easier with the machines. So the actual round part down here, we're going to make that 75. We're going to lock the aspect ratio. Let's leave that guy sitting there. Now, that shape is going to be the basis for a lot of different parts. So what I'm going to do, first of all, is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to duplicate that, and I'm going to slide this over here to the side, because in this one that I have that we're trying to remake, it's actually 3 layers. And so I'm going to need this again for the back layer of this design. And you'll see why I went ahead and duplicated here in a minute, because I'm going to mess this one up by changing it to fit the different design. So in order to make this look like a Christmas ball, you kind of need to have that square, rounded-ish little design here, or a little piece on the top. So I'm going to create myself a little square, just make it kind of proportionate to the ball that I created. I'm going to try to get it to, get it to that.
Okay, this is what I'm going to...
ish look there. So I'm going to select both of those shapes. You can do that by dragging from left to right, doing it that way. Or you can click one of them, hold control, and click the other one, and I'll select both of them. And you're going to go up here to this little button right here, and you can align them vertically centered. If you pay attention when you're doing these things, you can also use these little hotkeys if you want to, which is the Alt Page Up command, to do the same thing. I'm bad to just click. It's just simpler to me, but if you're one of the folks that like using shortcuts, then
I'll show you what I posted on his last video.
And that's going to align them theoretically, but they were already aligned, so we're good. Now the next thing is I don't really want these sharp edges on this part of the Christmas ball. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select that box right here to the radius. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to change that over to about a 5 millimeter radius, and I'm going to click on those little corners. Now, a little secret here. If you click this box, you'll see it's about a 20 millimeter wide box. So 5 millimeters is going to basically be the curvature from the corner this way. So you typically, if this is 20 millimeters, you're typically
Newfound drone production.
I
remember him now.
A quarter of the width will give you that effect. So that's just a kind of rule of thumb that I go by when I'm trying to get these really rounded corners. If you do less, and I'll show you here. If you do like, let's say 2.5, which is about an eighth of the width, you're still going to have rounded edges, but it's not going to be the overall shape. It's still going to be more of a rectangle. So in order to do this little Christmas ball thing, I kind of wanted these rounded. And so that's why I went with basically like a quarter round over. It's a quarter of the overall.
Now I remember.
Because you'll have the 5.
Now I
10 in the middle and then 5 that way on your sides. And that makes it 20 millimeters across. So just
hang on, I want to show you what I put on this channel.
So
damn it.
In order to make all of this into one shape, we're going to go here. I'm going to click that guy, hold control, and click that guy. There again, you can also drag from right to left, encompassing both lines, or you can drag from right or left to right, or you can drag from right to left.
Thanks, Night Train. You're awesome, brother.
As long as you select both of them, it doesn't matter which approach you go. Then you're going to go over to Boolean functions, and you're going to join 2 shapes, which is this one right here, and that's going to make that into this little Christmas ball shape. Now, if you're wanting to put like a hole here, or if you want to come up and make this look like
Dude,
this,
where's the
kind of
comments
wreath
for this video?
or the Christmas ball, you can do so. You can come up here and you can kind of attach this. Let's make sure we got that 27, 24. It's not terrible, but let's do 20 and 20. So we'll do like a 20 and 20 circle. I'm going to bring that down just so it impacts the other circle. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to do an inside offset, because this is just a quick way of doing it. And we're going to do it 5 millimeters and hit OK. So now the way to join all of this together, if you want to do so,
I know I
is
commented on it.
and drag across, select both of those. I'm going to group these, and then now all I'm going to do is select both of these shapes here, do the same thing, and join them together. So now we have that.
Where the hell's the comments?
More Christmas ish appearance here.
Oh, here, way the hell down here.
Okay, somewhat going. Maybe my ball might not be quite big enough for the post. I don't know.
This is what I put on his page.
Yes, I think that's a little disproportionate. So hang on, let's fix this up. Let me change this to 100. I think that's a little disproportionate. So we'll change this one to 100. Alright, we'll duplicate that one. Yeah, I think that's going to get a little better. So we're just going to select both of these. I'm going to align them vertically. And then I'm going to,
hey Mars, what's up?
Make that ball a little bigger. Yeah, that looks more proportionate. Looks more like what I was wanting it to look. So we're good with that. Alright. So there's our basic shape for Christmas designs tonight for the ornament itself. So if you're following along and you're doing this, this is what I would recommend.
My awesome friend.
You doing your Christmas ornaments. This is something that I started doing, and it's really, really cool. Is I'll go down here and I'm going to start me at Art Library right here in the bottom left corner. I'm going to hit New. Alright, go to a location on your computer where you know
I can't believe it, man.
Folder on my shared drive that says libraries.
Oh,
I'm going to name
freaking
this
insane.
What?
Ornaments.
So Mars, you just missed it, dude.
On the save. So that's going to
I'm totally blown away.
This art library. So now,
a well-known laser engraver on YouTube popped into my live stream. Totally blew me away. And Jamie needs to stop texting me. Oh.
It's going to show kind of that's a back piece, or that's that main circle. So now I have all these little pieces of shape over here.
Yes.
So that's pretty handy. That way you don't have to open files.
Hurry up!
Just a particular part, and you'll see that we're going to fill this up pretty good before we're done. Like if you wanted to make the countdown one that I showed you when we started here.
Oh my God!
You're going to need this main part right here. All right, so we're going to need to put a little window in it to do the little countdown. All right, so I'm going to make me a little window. I'm going to bring it over and I'm going to set it, say, right here. I'm going to hold control, click that, and I'm going to align this up vertically.
That's how I am.
But I'm also, not only am I going to need that window, I'm going to need this back piece here, which I'm going to go ahead and click that. I'm going to change it to a tool line, just to, well, I can change it to this board here, a little easier to see.
Oh.
And I'm going to move it over here. And I'm just going to operate.
At least I can breathe now.
While I'm building, so that I can keep track of what's on what layer, because that just kind of lets me know, okay, this is attached to this, is attached to this. So this is going to be, when you go over here to cuts and layers, you can actually move like these up and down if you wanted to change where they're located and which one's on top and all that good stuff. I'm just going to leave it like this for now, because this is not the way we're going to leave it.
Yeah, it is
this
nitrate.
The red one would be your outer piece, and then the blue one would be the inner piece. So what I want to do is have the text to where it will rotate through here, and then this little box is going to show it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click this blue line here, use offset tool, And we're going to come in, let me see how far I come in. About 10. We're going to come in about 10. And just hit OK. That's going to give me another line. I'm going to use that line for the text. But I'm going to change that line to a tool line. So now I'm going to come over here with my text tool, and I'm going to click on that line, change the font size, and we're just going to type in here. I'm going to go ahead and do 24. No, we'll do 24, and then we're going to go backwards. So 24, 23, 22, 21. You get the idea. All right. So we got our numbers in there. Now, the one thing I can tell you is this text is going to be way too big. So we're going to shrink that down a little bit. Now, what I want to do now is I'm going to move this text. And I want to try to get the text so that it's more or less centered on that little tool line. It just makes lining this up a little easier in my opinion. So I'm going to click that. I'm going to hold Control. I'm going to select this inside little tool line that I just made right here.
Ah, stupid ads.
I didn't figure it out. I was trying everything, but then I actually had a stomachache again the next day.
Then we go to Tools, Apply Path to Text. He's going to wrap my text around through there. Now, you'll see I've got a bit of a problem here in that the text is overlapping. So we can't have that. When I change my font size, it makes it a little too small. So we're going to go to the horizontal spacing right here. I'm just going to tweak that just enough to get it to where I can fit them around through there. Now, still got the problem of my text is upside down. So with that, I'm going to try this and see if this works. If this don't, we can do it a different way. I'm going to select my line. Alright, I'm going to mirror my line. If you notice, when I mirrored my tool line, that has flipped my text around so that walk with me here, visualize this. As this piece rotates, now all of this text is going to be upright when it's inside this little box right here, no matter which way you go. Now I just need to make sure I've got I want my numbers kind of centered. Alright, good enough. I'm going to select that.
Good news, your internet speed has increased to 600 megabytes at no additional cost. You now have more consistency and bandwidth to power more devices. Wow! How about increasing the upload speed? Huh?
Alright, so we're just kind of looking and making sure all of our numbers, we can stop on any number and not see another number. That's what I'm looking for.
Where's...
So like we got the 11 right there. It's kind of putting it close.
Did I get it?
Works. This is where we start getting into problems.
I don't remember if I installed it.
So, we're going to go...
Sort by type.
We'll put like a 22, put it right there. Now let me resize this little box a little bit. Let me get it just big enough.
No.
Once I get it to the double digits, it should be good. So yeah, let's work out perfect. As long as the 23s and 24s will fit in there, yeah. So we're good. There's where we need to live. We need to be. We need to lock that down. So I'm gonna leave that at 24, just so that
God damn it.
Gets an idea of what we got going on here. Alright, so the 24, all the numbers, all of this stuff, the blue and the numbers, the text and everything, all of that is actually layer 2. So now that we've got everything lined up and figured out, we can move this layer over here. This is going to be layer 2. One thing that we do need to do is we need to take that line right there, that's the outside cut. and I'm going to use an offset tool, and I want to come inward. And what I want to do is I want to come inward enough to where the numbers are basically on their own little piece of material. Now, to do this rotating,
what are you doing, Mama?
This is your center layer. Both of these pieces, not only the numbers, but this little center layer right here is also one of your pieces, because this piece is going to glue to the back piece and provide a fulcrum for this piece to rotate over. So now we also need to add a little something on here to use to turn the ornament. Now, it's a Christmas ornament, so you can do whatever you want to do with it. I'm going to go with making myself a little circle right here.
What?
We'll do it like 15 by 15. I wanted this part to stay behind here and not interfere with the hanging. My prototype, that's somewhere where I messed up on my prototype, was I had it to where the little hanging string or whatever was
what's up, Roland?
With the rotating piece. So I've got all those selected, all three of those are selected. Combine them. Alright, and I'm just going to drop a little Christmas star up there.
Jamie.
On that little piece, just to decorate it. Because that's technically just a handle for me to be able to rotate the numbers. But I'm just going to put a little snowflake up there, just to decorate it. Alright, so now that we have that done, I need to go back to my ornament library that I did. And I'm going to go ahead and select this, import from graphic. And I'm going to name this Countdown Layer 2. Alright. This, I'm going to name, we'll go ahead and add some text to it right here. So we're going to get our text here. And I'm going to put days until I'm on the Christmas folder. Pretty sure I have a Christmas song.
Come on. Almost done.
I do see the butterfly. So we're going to bring those into work here, because we're going to be using those as a design asset for this as well.
Wait a minute. 2018.
So I'm going back to the ornaments folder.
Open.
Alright. We'll change this text here, of course, to an engrave. Move this up here. We need to bring it up just a little bit. We'll change that font to something just generic. So if you get the file, if you've done your own, you can change it. So there we go. Days until
go.
And then Christmas is going to be a much more substantial font. So I'm going to make this bigger.
Yeah.
And
3 something
up here. Take this guy. I'm going to align both of those. Make this one just a touch bigger.
Just a little above 22.
Alright, so now I can
2275.
Group that text together and make sure that it is aligned with the ornament still. There we go. Alright. Now we can bring this over. If we wanted to add like these little stars, and a little trick for these little stars is they're pretty cool because you can, like, I can duplicate these things now.
Yep. Them were the days,
using
huh?
this mirror tool, I can make it look like it's a total different set of stars or different design.
Oh my God.
It's actually the same one. By using that and resizing it, you can kind of get a little variety in your design there. So I'm just going to drop a couple of those on there, and we'll call that done. Alright, so I'm going to select that whole thing. Import from
it wasn't long ago, only 6 years. That's all.
countdown. Layer 2. So this is going to be the top layer right here.
Wait, what? Mars.
Alright, so I got some scrap
What
material.
happened?
This is the pre-finished plywood. Got it over into the machine so that we can use it. I like this pre-finished stuff. I get it at Rugby Materials. Got a few videos on it. They're a
what the hell happened?
Wholesale outlet type place. They sell mostly to businesses, but they do sell to the public, and there happens to be one of their locations here near my house, and that's where I've been getting this material. So for this material, because this stuff is a little hard to cut, but even on the Hurricane, I'm going to go ahead and set this at 7.
I have yet still
my speed, just to be abundantly cautious.
to try to create this ornament that he's showing me in the video.
Speed, 75% output, and of course the other two are just tool lines. One thing that you do need to pay attention to, if you right click right here on the number sign, sort cuts last, you're always going to want to do that, because if not, your pieces are going to get cut, especially if you're using a blade bed like this. A piece could fall or twist or move, and then when it gets engraved, the engraving will be messed up. So these are 3 pieces for this ornament, and we're going to get these guys and line them up a little closer together, because I do want to kind of save a little bit of my material, but at the same time, I don't really want to have to go over there and frame a whole lot, so it's not going to be exact. So here we go. I'm going to send this over to the machine, and we'll be back in a minute to see what it looks like. Alright guys, as you can see, the pieces turned out really well. This is the pre-finished material, so instead of sanding it or anything, any kind of soot or debris, simply hit it with a little bit of rubbing alcohol, wipe it off with a rag, and it looks marvelous. So yeah, you can see this kind of comes off on your fingers. The pre-finished is really awesome for stuff like this. Now this is only finished on one side of the material is rough. So whenever you're gluing, you kind of want to stick with gluing the rough sides to the rough sides. Because one of the only problems I have with this material is if you try to glue to that pre-finished side without doing anything, it can
one of those
have
deals.
issues. So what I'm doing there is these 2 pieces are both unfinished, and so they glue together really well. The glue dries quick. I don't have any problems with that. But this next layer, because that right there is pre-finished, I'm going to take my sander and just kind of sand the top of it, scuff that up so that the glue will adhere to it. Because if not, I've had some problems with the glue.
Unreal.
And so we're just going to put the glue right there in the middle. And this is a little pivot part. And what this does is it basically traps that second layer in there and allows it to turn freely, but keeps it nice and neat without any kind of weird pins.
I need to work on this ornament.
I've seen some designs where you have to put pins in there so that it can hold it together. It's not really necessary. It's just overcomplicating it. Alright guys, so and what this does is it basically traps that second layer.
PJ, this project right there. Finishing element. Warren. Just because. Warren?
Come on, hurry the hell up. Unreal. Stupid ads.
I'm testing out the Poise Ultra Thin Pads. Thanks to my son, sometimes I laugh so hard I leak a little. But these pads are ultra thin and absorbent, so I know I'll stay dry no matter what my day brings.
Next. Come on, play them and get them over with.
You get to take them for a spin.
Mama.
And again,
That air compressor's gonna pop on and you're gonna get scared shitless. Come on.
This next layer, because that right there is pre-finished, I'm going to take my sander and just kind of sand the top of it, scuff that up so that the glue will adhere to it. Because if not, I've had some problems with the glue coming loose. And so we're just going to put the glue right there in the middle. And this is a little pivot part, and what this does is it basically traps that second layer in there and allows it to turn freely, but keeps it nice and neat without any kind
Of course not. You never do anything.
Have to be put in there.
No, I swear.
If it's not fucking Dylan, you're going after Juliet.
I only asked Juliet if this one thing was Juliet's DVD player because she's always yelling at Mom saying that she stole Juliet's DVD player even though she didn't. And maybe she hid her own DVD player and she didn't remember where it was, so I was asking her if it was, and then she got mad.
So who cares? She don't answer, you don't listen. Oh well. Why'd you have to ask anyways? What was the point? Okay? She don't answer you, she don't answer you. Oh well. It's like him. You fucking constantly fuck with him. I don't know what it is with you. It's dark. Don't go to the end of the driveway.
Alright guys, so I've got a requested video for tonight. A lot of folks have been
Yeah,
asking me, hey,
I changed one of the settings.
I want to make some Christmas ornaments with my machine, but I don't know where to start. So tonight, what we're going to do
Instead of Jarvis, I changed it to the Stucky setting. I might try something else. A different setting. It's always Roland's fault. Just like my son Joshua. It's always his fault. Maybe they're brothers. No, that means Roland would be my kid. Nope. Nope, no. Take that back. Nope. I'm not doing that.
So if that's something you're into, stick around, and we're going to be operating off the computer for the majority of the video. So let's get started.
Let's get started. Alright, this time I'm going to follow the video. Alright.
Alright, as you know, I prefer to do my designing in Lightburn. To me, it's just easier because I've gotten so used to using Lightburn. We're going to push back on this update to 1.7.03 just because I don't want to have any issues while I'm trying to do this video. For this video, we will be using the Hurricane CO2 as the machine to cut these. So even though the machine is off, we'll go ahead and select that profile so that as I lay the pieces out, they will fit here in the workspace. So what we're going to look at doing today, guys, is making this little ornament, and I'm going to just basically, really fast, we're going to show you how this ornament, the main outline goes together. So of course you got to have a circle. Now, depending on how big you want your ornaments, that's the size that I would recommend you making your circle. Typically speaking, around 3 inches is going to be plenty for most ornaments and stuff like that. So that's going to be ballpark. That's going to be somewhere around 75 millimeters. In Lightburn, I run metric system in Lightburn just because it's easier with the machines. So the actual round part down here, we're going to make that 75. I'm going to lock the aspect ratio. Let's leave that guy sitting there. Now, that shape is going to be the basis for a lot of different parts. So what I'm going to do first of all, is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to duplicate that, and I'm going to slide this over here to the side, because in this one that I have that we're trying to remake, it's actually 3 layers. And so I'm going to need this again for the back layer of this design. And you'll see why I want to go and duplicate it here in a minute, because I'm going to mess this one up by changing it to fit the different design. So in order to make this look like a Christmas ball, you kind of need to have that square, rounded-ish little design here, or piece on the top. So I'm going to create myself a little square. Just make it kind of proportionate to the ball that I've created. I'm going to try to get it to, get it to that Christmas ball-ish look there. So I'm going to select both of those shapes. You can do that by dragging from left to right, doing it that way. Or you can click one of them, hold Control, and click the other one, and I'll select both of them. Then you're going to go up here to this little button right here, to the ball that I've created. I'm going to try to get it to, get it to that Christmas ball-ish look there. So I'm going to select both of those shapes. You can do that by dragging from left to right, doing it that way. Or you can click one of them, hold Control, and click the other one, and I'll select both of them. Then you're going to go up here to this little button right here, and you're going to align them vertically centered. If you pay attention when you're doing these things, you can also use these little hotkeys if you want to, which is the Alt Page Up command, to do the same thing. I'm bad to just click. It's just simpler to me, but if you're one of those folks that like using shortcuts, then you can go through here and learn those as you go. So I'm going to hit that, and that's going to align them theoretically, but they were already aligned, so we're good. Now the next thing is I don't really want these sharp edges on this part of the Christmas ball. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select that box right here to the radius. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to change that over to about a 5mm radius, and I'm going to click on those little corners. Now, a little secret here. If you click this box, you'll see it's about a 20mm wide box. So the 5mm is going to basically be the curvature from the corner in this way. So you typically, if this is 20mm, you're typically going to want to do a quarter. To get this kind of rounded, a quarter of the width will give you that effect. So that's just a kind of a little rule of thumb that I go by when I'm trying to get these really rounded corners. If you do less, and I'll show you here, if you do like, let's say 2.5, which is about an eighth of the width, you're still going to have rounded edges, but it's not going to be, the overall shape, it's still going to be more of a rectangle. So in order to do this little Christmas ball thing, I kind of want to be rounded, and so that's why I went with basically like a quarter round over. It's a quarter of the overall width here, because you have the 5, and then you'll have 10 in the middle, and then 5 that way on your sides, and that makes it the 20mm across. So just a little tip, makes it easier to get that look you desire. So in order to make all of this into one shape, we're going to go over here. I'm going to click that guy, hold Control, and click that guy. There again, you can also drag from right to left, encompassing both lines, or you can drag from right or left to right, and or you can drag from right to left and only touch those lines. As long as you select both of them, it really doesn't matter which approach you go. Then you're going to go over to the Boolean functions, and you're going to join in 2 shapes, which is this one right here, and that's going to make that into this little Christmas ball shape. Now, if you're wanting to put like a hole here, or if you want to come up and make this look like it's kind of a ring for the Christmas ball, you can do so. You can come up here and you can kind of attach this. Let's make sure we got that 24 and 24. It's not terrible, but let's do 20 and 20. So we'll do like a 20 and 20 circle. I'm going to bring that down just so it impacts the other circle. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to do an inside offset, because this is just a quick way of doing it. And we're going to do it 5mm and hit OK. So now the way to join all of this together, if you want to do so, is we're going to take and drag across, select both of those. I'm going to group these, and then now all I'm going to do is
wait.
these shapes here, do the same thing. And attach this.
24.
That 24, 24. It's not terrible, but let's do 20 and 20. So we'll do like a 20 and 20 circle. I'm going to bring that down just so it impacts the other circle. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to do an inside offset because this is just a quick way of doing it. And we're going to do it 5 millimeters and hit OK. So now the way to join all of this together, if you want to do so, is we're going to take and drag across, select both of those. I'm going to group the and hit OK. So now the way to join all of this together, if you want to do so, is we're going to take and drag across, select both of those. I'm going to group these, and then now all I'm going to do is select both of these shapes here, do the same thing and join them together. So now we have that, you know, more Christmas ball-ish appearance here.
Okay.
And
Man,
yeah, we got it
cool.
somewhat going.
I'm going to pause this.
Ball, not.
Where's here? Alright, let's see how it came out. Droid. So I still gotta wipe all the paint off, so see how it's gonna look. Acetone. I don't know if you guys ever used acetone, but it gets cold. A little different. Try not to get the glare. I think the Jarvis tell right here it's a little different. Look at the fender. See the fenders? This is a little darker. video makes it look like shit. So and then this is Jarvis. Wait, that... Hang on. Stucky. Okay. We're a little confused. Hang on. We're gonna do another one. So, Jarvis. Okay. Oh. So this is Jarvis. I guess the last one burned in Stucky. Which... I had this set at Jarvis. Two. Okay. Getting confused now. I believe your package went out today. Alright, Night Train, thanks. appreciate you, brother. Oh my God, these children.
Better be careful.
Oh my God. You ate all that fucking food already? Alright, let that burn. Go back to what we're doing.
Quite big enough for the test. Oh man, it's a little bigger than what I had expected it to be. Yes, I think that's a little disproportionate. So hang on, let's fix this up. Let me change this to 100.
100.
I think that's a little disproportionate. So we'll change this one to 100. I'm going to duplicate that one. Yeah, I think that's going to be a little better. So we're just going to select both of these. I'm going to align them vertically. And then we'll weld them together. Make that ball a little bigger. Yeah, that looks more proportionate. Looks more like what I was looking at. So we're good with that. Alright. So there's our basic shape for Christmas designs tonight for the ornament itself. So if you're following along and you're
Wait, what'd you do?
Just yes, I think that's a little disproportionate. So hang on, let's fix this up. Let me change this to 100. I think that's a little disproportionate. So we'll change this one to 100. And I'm going to duplicate that one. Yeah, I think that's going to be a little better. So we're just going to select both of these. I'm going to align them vertically, and then I'm going to weld them together. Make that ball a little bigger. Yeah, that looks more proportionate. Looks more like what I was wanting it to look. So we're good with that. All right. So there's our basic shape for Christmas designs tonight for the ornament itself. So if you're following along and you're doing this, this is what I would recommend for you doing your Christmas ornaments. This is something that I've started doing, and it's really, really cool. Is I'll go down here and I'm going to start me an art library right here in the bottom left corner. I'm going to hit new. Alright, go to a location on your computer where you know where it is. I have a folder on my shared drive that says libraries. Alright, I'm going to name this one Ornaments 2024. Alright, I'm going to hit save. So that's going to create me this art library. So now I can go over here, select this, import, and I can name this ornament shape and hit OK. It's going to bring it over into the library. I can click this one. All right, same thing, import from project, and I can hit back, and that's going to tell me that that's like a back piece, or that's that main circle. So now I have all these little pieces of shape over here on this side of stuff. So that's pretty handy. That way you don't have to go opening files, and if you need just a particular part, and you'll see that we're going to fill this up pretty good before we're done. Like if you wanted to make the countdown one that I showed you when we started here, what you're going to need is you're going to need this main part right here. All right, so we're going to need to put a little window in it to do the little countdown. All right, so I'm going to make me a little window. I'm going to bring it over and I'm going to set it, say, right here. I'm going to hold control, click that, and I'm going to align this up vertically. All right, but I'm also, not only am I going to need that window, but I'm going to need this back piece here, which I'm going to go ahead and click that, and we'll change it to a tool line just to, well, I can change it to this blue here, a little easier to see. And I'm going to move it over here. And I'm just going to operate with two different colors for now. while I'm building, so that I can kind of keep track of what's on what layer, because that just kind of lets me know, okay, this is attached to this, is attached to this. So this is going to be, when you go over here to cuts and layers, you can actually move like these up and down if you wanted to change where they're located and which one's on top and all that good stuff. I'm just going to leave it like this for now, because this is not the way we're going to leave it. And this would be, the red one would be your outer piece, and then the blue one would be the inner piece. So what I want to do is have the text to where it will rotate through here, and then this little box is going to show it. So what I'm going to do is I want to click this blue line here, use the offset tool, and we're going to come in. Let me see how far.
I don't know.
About 10. I'm going to come in about 10.
Wait.
And it just hit OK.
What did you do?
That's going to give me another line. To change where they're located and which one's on top and all that good stuff. I'm just going to leave it like this for now, because this is not the way we're going to leave it. And this would be, the red one would be your outer piece, and then the blue one would be the inner piece. So what I want to do is have the text to where it will rotate through here, and then this little box is going to show it. So what I'm going to do is I want to click this blue line here, use the offset tool, and we're going to come in. Let me see how far I'm going to come in. About 10. I'm going to come in about 10. And it just hit OK. That's going to give me another line. I'm going to use that line for the text. And I'm going to change that line to a tool line. So now I'm going to come over here with my text tool, and I'm going to click on that line. Change the font size. And we're just going to type in here. I'm going to go ahead and do 24. Yeah, we'll do 24. And then we're going to go backwards. So 24, 23, 22, 21. You get the idea. All right. So got our numbers in there. Now, the one thing I can tell you is this text is going to be way too big. So we're going to shrink that down a little bit. Now, what I want to do now is I'm going to move this text. And I want to try to get the text so that it's more or less centered on that little tool line. It just makes lining this up a little easier in my opinion. So I'm going to click that. I'm going to hold Control. I'm going to select this inside little tool line that I just made right here. And I'm going to Tools, Apply Path to Text. He's going to wrap my text around through there. Now, you'll see I've got a bit of a problem here in that the text is it's overlapping. So we can't have that. When I change my font size, in my opinion, so I'm going to click that. I'm going to hold Control. I'm going to select this inside little tool line that I just made right here. And I'm going to Tools, Apply Path to Text. He's going to wrap my text around through there. Now, you'll see I've got a bit of a problem here in that the text is it's overlapping. So we can't have that. When I change my font size, it makes it a little too small. So we're going to go to the horizontal spacing right here. I'm just going to tweak that just enough to get it to where I can fit them around through there. Now, still got the problem of my text is upside down. So with that, I'm going to try this and see if this works. If this don't, we can do it a different way. I'm going to select my line, all right, and we'll mirror my line. And if you notice, when I mirrored my tool line, that has flipped my text around so that walk with me here, visualize this. As this piece rotates, now all of this text is going to be upright when it's inside this little box right here, no matter which way you go. Now I just need to make sure I've got I want my numbers kind of centered. All right, good enough. I'm going to select that radius tool. We did 5 up here. This is a lot smaller, so I'm going to stick with that 2.5. And we're just going to go ahead and round these corners. I think the rounded corners just give it a little bit of a more finished look. All right, so we've got that done. So now we've got the 24, and then you can rotate it as you rotate, and we'll do this just to show you. Let me see if I can rotate it this way. Alright, so we're kind of looking and making sure all of our numbers, we can stop on any number and not see another number. That's what I'm looking for. So like we got the 11 right there. It's kind of putting it close, but it works. This is where we start getting into problems that I was afraid of. So we're going to go, we put like the 22, put it right there. Now let me resize this little box a little bit. Let me get it just big enough. Once I get it to the double digits, we should be good. So yeah, look at that. Let's work it out perfect. As long as the 23s and 24 will fit in there, yeah. So we're good. There's where we need to live. We need to be. We need to lock that down. So I'm going to leave that at 24, just so that, you know, it's an idea of what we got going on here. Alright, so the 24, all the numbers, all of this stuff, the blue and the numbers, the text and everything, all of that is actually layer 2. So now that we've got everything, look at that, that's working out perfect. As long as it's 23, we're going to go, we put like the 22, put it right there. Now let me resize this little box a little bit. Let me get it just big enough. Once I get it to the double digits, we should be good. So yeah, look at that. The 11 right there. It's kind of putting it close, but it works. This is where we start getting into problems. That's what I was afraid of. So we're going to go, we put like the 22, put it right there. Now let me resize this little box a little bit. Let me get it just big enough. Once I get it to the double digits, we should be good. So yeah, look at that. That's working out perfect. As long as the 23s and 24 will fit in there, yeah. So we're good. There's where we need to leave. We need to be. We need to lock that down. So I'm going to leave that at 24, just so that, you know, gets an idea of what we got going on here. All right. So the 24, all the numbers, all of this stuff, the blue and the numbers, the this inside little tool line that I just made right here. Then we go to tools, apply path to text. It's going to wrap my text around through there. Now, you'll see I've got a bit of a problem here in that the text is it's overlapping. So we can't have that. When I changed my font size, it makes it a little too small. So we're going to go to the horizontal spacing right here. I'm just going to tweak that just enough to get it to where I can fit them around through there. Now, still got the problem of my text is upside down. So with that, we'll try this and see if this works. If this don't, we can do it a different way. We'll select my line, all right, and we'll mirror my line. And if you notice, when I mirrored my tool line, that has flipped my text around so that walk with me here, visualize this. As this piece rotates, now all of this text is going to be upright when it's inside this little box right here, no matter which way you go. Now I just need to make sure I've got I want my numbers kind of centered. All right, good enough. I'm going to select that radius tool. We did 5 up here. This is a lot smaller, so I'm going to stick with that 2.5. And we're just going to go ahead and round these corners. I think our rounded corners just give it a little bit of a more finished look. All right, so we've got that done. So now we've got the 24, and then you can rotate it as you rotate, and we'll do this just to show you. Let me see if I can rotate it this way. Alright, so just kind of looking and making sure all of our numbers, we can stop on any number and not see another number. That's what I'm looking for. So like we got the 11 right there. It's kind of putting it close, but it works. This is where we start getting into problems. That's what I was afraid of.
Yeah, how do you correct it?
We're going to go, we'll put like the 22, put it right there. Now let me resize this little box a little bit. Let me get it just big enough. Once I get it to the double digits, we should be.
So. What the fuck, man? Knock it off, God. Yeah, okay. Don't do it anymore. Fuck! Where's one? Oh my God. 7, 6, 5, 4. What happened to him? 2, 1. Now I gotta do it again. Seven, oh, 11. Okay. Okay. We got it.
Good. So yeah, look at that. That's working out perfect. As long as the 23s and 24 will fit in there, yeah. So we're good. There's where we need to be. We need to be. We need to lock that down. So I'm gonna leave that at 24, just so that gets an idea of what we got going on here. All right. So the 24, all the numbers, all of this stuff, the blue and the numbers, the text and everything, all of that is actually layer 2. So now that we've got everything kind of lined up and figured out, we can move this layer over here. This is going to be layer 2.
Uh-oh.
One thing that we do need to do is we need to take that line right there. That's the outside cut. And I'm going to use an offset tool. And I want to come inward. And what I want to do is I want to come inward enough to where the numbers are basically on their own little piece of material. Now, to do this rotating one, this is your center layer, both of these pieces. Not only the numbers, but this little center layer right here is also one of your pieces, because this piece is going to glue to...
What did you do?
And figured out we can move this layer over here. This is going to be layer 2. One thing that we do need to do is we need to take that line right there. That's the outside cut. And I'm going to use an offset tool. And I want to come inward. And what I want to do is I want to come inward enough to where the numbers are basically on their own little piece of material. Now, to do this rotating one, this is your center layer, both of these pieces. Not only the numbers, but this little center layer right here is also one of your pieces, because this piece is going to glue to the back piece and provide a fulcrum for this piece to rotate on.
Okay.
So now we also need to add us a little something on here to use to turn the ornament. Now, it's a Christmas ornament, so you can do whatever you want to do with it. I'm going to go with making myself a little circle right here, and I'll do it, we'll do it like 15 by 15. I wanted this part to stay behind here and not interfere with the hanging. My prototype, that's somewhere where I messed up on my prototype, was I had it to where the little hanging string or whatever was interfering with the rotating piece. So I've got all those selected, all 3 of those are selected. Combine them. Alright, and I'm just going to drop a little Christmas star up there, snowflake, on that little piece just to decorate it, because that's technically just a handle for me to be able to rotate the numbers. But I'm just going to put my little snowflake up there just to decorate it. Alright, so now that we got that done, I need to go back to my ornament library that I did, and I'm going to go ahead and select this, import from graphic, and I'm going to name this Countdown Layer 2. Alright, this I'm going to name, well, we'll go ahead and add some text to it before I do. So we're going to get our text tool, and I'm going to put days until, I'm going to go to my Christmas folder. Pretty sure I have a Christmas font that was pretty cool. see my little stars go right. So we're going to bring those into work here because we're going to be using those as a design asset for this as well. So I guess we're just going to do the Christmas. So I'm going back to the ornaments folder. Alright. We'll change this text here first to an engrave. Move this up here. We need to bring it up just a little bit. We'll change that font to something just generic. So if you get the file or if you're building your own, you can change it. So there we go, days until, and then Christmas is going to be a much more substantial font. So I'm going to make this bigger. And put it up here. Like this guy. I'm going to align both of those. Make this one just a touch bigger. Alright, so now I can select those two. I'm going to group that text together and make sure that it is aligned with the ornament still. There we go. Alright. Now we can bring this over. If we wanted to add like these little stars, and a little trick for these little stars is they're pretty cool because you can, like I can duplicate these things now. Move these guys over here. Using this mirror tool, I can make it look like it's a total different set of stars or different design when it's actually the same one. By using that and resizing it, you can kind of get a little variety in your design there. So I'm just going to drop a couple of those on there, and we'll call that done. Alright, so I'm going to select that whole thing, import from project. I'm going to name this Countdown Layer 3. So this is going to be the top layer right here, and we've got that in there. Alright, so I got some scrap material. This is the pre-finished plywood. Got it over into the machine so that we can use it. I like this pre-finished stuff. I get it at Rugby Materials. I've got a few videos on it. They're a more or less like a wholesale outlet type place. They sell mostly to businesses, but they do sell to the public, and there happens to be one of their locations here near my house, and that's where I've been getting this material. So for this material, okay, this stuff is a little hard to cut, but even on the Hurricane, I'm going to go ahead and set this at 7 on my speed, just to be abundantly cautious. The Engrave, I'm going to leave that at 300, speed 75% output, and of course the other two are just tool lines. One thing that you do need to pay attention to, if you right click right here on the number sign, sort cuts last, you're always going to want to do that, because if not, your pieces are going to get cut, especially if you're using a blade bed like this. A piece could fall or twist or move, and then when it gets engraved, the engrave will be messed up. So these are 3 pieces for this ornament, and we're going to get these guys and line them up a little closer together, because I do want to kind of save a little bit of my material, but at the same time I don't really want to have to go over there and frame a whole lot, so we're not going to be exact. So here we go. I'm going to send this over to the machine, and we'll be back in a minute to see what it looks like. Alright guys, as you can see, the pieces turned out really well. This is the pre-finished material, so instead of sanding it or anything, any kind of soot or debris, simply hit it with a little bit of rubbing alcohol, wipe it off with a rag, and it looks marvelous. So yeah, you can see this kind of comes off on your fingers. The pre-finished is really awesome for stuff like this. Now this is only finished on one side. One side of the material is rough. So whenever you're gluing, you kind of want to stick with gluing the rough sides to the rough sides. Because one of the only problems I've had with this material is if you try to glue to that pre-finished side without like doing anything to it, it can have some issues. So what I'm doing there is these 2 pieces are both unfinished, and so they glue together really well. The glue dries quick. I don't have any problems with that. But this next layer, because that right there is pre-finished, I'm going to take my sander and just kind of sand the top of it, scuff that up so that the glue will adhere to it. Because if not, I've had some problems with the glue coming loose. And so we're just going to put the glue right there in the middle. And this is a little pivot part. And what this does is it basically traps that second layer in there and allows it to turn freely, but keeps it nice and neat without any kind of weird pins or anything having to be put in there. I've seen some designs where you have to put pins in there so that it can hold it together. It's not really necessary. It's just overcomplicating it. Alright guys, so there is the one that we came up with today. Like I said, if you only wanted to do, like I say, 12 days for Christmas, 7 days for Christmas, whatever, you could make this little spot a lot bigger.
Email, DJ.
You could also, by doing so, the letters would be bigger. It would be a lot easier to work out. So you could use this ornament for a lot of other things as well. You could tweak this design. But you can see this is the little prototype we did the other day.
Shit. Sorry, I've been
improved upon this one a little bit because the little part that you turn is a lot bigger, easier to get your hands on, and so forth. So I like that design better. And I think the snowflake being off to the side of it just, it just kind of fits. So there we go with that one. So let's make the 12 days of Christmas now. So let's get.
Audiences are devouring Venom: The Last Dance.
Which one did you send it to, Mars?
It's the #1 movie in the world.
The Net Dragon one or the Engraving?
Venom: The Last Dance, rated PG-13, not playing.
I got it. Net Dragon.
Fast Twitch is how Gatorade does energy. Woo!
Oh, you mean you actually cleaned it?
It's definitely something you can't do without a laser.
It's
so
clean.
Cool. It is so cool. It is so
wow.
cool. We're making a really cool product. You're crazy money. It makes at least $1,000 every year. That sells super well. Engraving does really well. This machine can engrave pretty fast. The cutting is insane. So plenty of options here. It's a cool design of using 2 colors of acrylic and doing the cuts.
You finally cleaned it, huh?
And this machine can handle it.
Let's get to it. Alright, so the first step is going to be to ungroup all of this. Alright, then I'm going to go in here and try to select my text. And we'll start with right here at the 12. I'm just going to backspace everything out and have 1 through 12 be my letters. And I'm just going to increase the size of these guys. I know they're going to spill over into the.
It don't look as dusty as it did in that video.
We'll resize everything. I'll get this dialed in. So 19 is going to be a bit much. Maybe 18. Alright, so 18 it looks like is going to be the winner for the size of the font. Now I'm going to click on the circle that's in the middle there. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to lock it down. I don't know why, how it got resized, but we're going to change it to 85 by 85 and lock it. And I'm going to bring it down to about 75, pull everything together a little bit to get it inside the ornament. Alright, so now it's kind of messed my text up a little. So we're going to have to go back to that, change the text, size, squeeze the letters up a little bit.
Wait, why are you changing it?
Yeah, I think that was about right.
Why are you changing it?
And improved upon this one a little bit because the little part that you turn is a lot bigger, easier to get your hands on, and so forth. So I like that design better. I think the snowflake being off to the side of it just, it just kind of fits. So there we go with that one. So let's make the 12 days of Christmas now. So let's get to it.
Oh.
Alright, so the first step is going to be to ungroup all of this. Alright, then I'm going to go in here and try to select my text. And we'll start with right here at the 12.
This one came out real
I'm
light.
just going to backspace everything out and have 1 through 12 be my letters.
Is it stuck
I'm just going to increase the size of these guys. I know they're going to spill over into the surrounding work area, which is okay. We'll resize everything once I get this dialed in. So 19 is going to be a bit much, maybe 18. Alright, so 18 it looks like it's going to be a winner for the size of the font. Now I'm going to click on the circle that's in the middle there. We're going to go ahead and lock it down. I don't know why, how it got resized. We're going to change it to 85 by 85 and lock it.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring it down to about 75, pull everything together a little bit to get it inside the ornament. Alright, so now it's kind of messing the text up a little. So we're going to go back to that. Change the text. Squeeze the letters up a little bit.
600 horsepower. You're going to kill yourself. You're going to kill yourself, dude.
So about right there. That looks like that's going to be about it for text size. Click this one here.
You're
as you can
going
see, this
to
line needs to
kill
come in some
yourself.
because these letters are going to be bigger. So I'm going to change this to, we'll say 60. That'll get in there, and it does. So now the only other part that we have to concern ourselves with is this big enough to fit right here?
That's that's
our letters. So I'm
what do I
want to say? The letters around to there.
That's putting the meaning
and
in.
What I'm going to do on this one is I'm going to go ahead and
I'm going to take a quick ride to the grocery store.
Alright,
Literally.
So I'm going to ungroup this little guy and resize this one little square. I just need to resize and relocate this one square to get it the size that we need for this particular layout. Looks like that got it. Alright, so we'll move this over here, regroup this just so we don't move anything. Actually, let's move some of our decor here.
Oh my god.
Put that down here at the bottom. Put this little star up here, resize it a little bit. Like I said, because of the way these little stars are, you can move these guys around and do all kinds of cool stuff with them. Now, with this, one thing that I will tell you is you can actually downscale this as long as you select everything. Alright, when you go over here, make sure the aspect ratio is locked. And you can pull this and downscale the size of these things. And as long as you do everything at one time, you won't mess up the design. There you go. We'll leave this one the same size. There you go. Check the machine, make sure our material has room, and we'll get started. Using the Atom Stack Hurricane.
We are not going to be in the driveway. It's almost time to do it.
Alright, so I'm going to push those down just a touch. And a pencil line, I don't know if you can see it, a pencil line on there. It should come off with some alcohol, but just in case. Alright, so off to the races, and I'll check back with you guys here shortly. Alright, as you can see, another successful burn, a little alcohol, wipe it off. Same drill, guys, just getting it clean, getting all the little soot there off of it. I do run air assist to protect my lenses, especially with this material. You can just wipe it off, it's really convenient, you don't have to sand anything. Then we're going to glue everything together. Like I said, remember when you're using pre-finished plywood though, if you have a situation where the pieces that you're gluing together are finished, you're going to have to scuff that up with a little sandpaper just to ensure you get a good set with your the glue. Because if the material's too slick, which this stuff is if you don't sand it a little bit, the glue will just pop right off of there.
Almost done, almost done, almost done.
Gets a chance to
it only took
so yeah, once you
close
get all
to 50 minutes.
The glue sets on it. Like I said, this is
It looks darker on stream,
and it dries relatively quick, especially.
but it's really
when
light.
you get it on a rough surface. Where
So I don't know about this.
There we go. Got her put together, and we'll look at it again here in a little bit. All right, guys. So for this one, a lot of you guys have asked me about some of my silhouette shapes, names, that type of things that I use for ornaments. So we're going to do a quick rundown on how to design one of those. So first thing you're going to need is the ornament shape as well as the ornament back. These two pieces right here are all that it takes to come up with a custom little ornament. All right, first step, select this guy here. Use the offset tool. I'm going to bring a line inward about 5 millimeters. I'm going to hit OK. Well, stand by. Somebody forgot and left delete object on. So there we go. All right, so now we got the 2 lines. All right, these 2 lines right here, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to group those guys. All right, so for the name, like if you want to do a name of Abby, we're going to take and type the name in here, and I'm going to find a decent font that works. This Hello font works pretty well for stuff like this. It is typically kind of thin. One way that you can fix that is if you will select it, and you can go over here to the offset tool. I usually do like a 0.25, do inward and outward, and that will kind of make it a little thicker. You can, like I said, you can play around with that. If you'll delete the previous shapes, it'll give you a little bigger, text. So while that did that, we'll go ahead and sort of join those together. And if you change it over to, say, a cut, then you can kind of see what it's going to look like. So the easy thing with these guys is you're going to bring this over, and to be able to like score it or engrave it or whatever and connect it, it's best if you'll take this. Like I'm going to take this line here. I'm going to change that to a score. And so what I want is I want to make sure that I've got this set up in the work area, in the middle of this ornament, and as like this little score or an engrave or however you're going to do it. All right, I'm going to select this guy here. Again, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to do an outward, and I'm going to change this to like maybe just a millimeter or 2, and then I'm going to hit OK. Now this one, well, somebody forgot to turn off the delete original objects there. So I'm going to turn this one into a cut to go along with this outer ring. So I'm going to click my outer rings here, both of those two.
Okay.
I'm going to group those together, and then I'm going to click on this other cut here, and I'm going to join those. And when I do, basically that's going to join all these pieces together, and it's going to knock the centers out of this. Like I said, the offset I used may have been a bit excessive. I might could have went with a little smaller offset on that one. If you want to do a Christmas tree, same approach, guys. Make your Christmas, and if you want to engrave your Christmas tree, you can even leave it like this one is. This one is set to a engrave, so we're going to set that, center it. Same thing. Click on that. Set your offset. With this Christmas tree, I'm probably going to have to step it on up a little bit and do it. 2 millimeters will work. Do it 2 millimeters outward. You hit OK. Before clicking anything, we'll go ahead and get the cut line down here and change that outside line to a cut. And then, oops. And then all we've got to do now is drag this thing to get it to where it touches on all the sides. Now I'm going to group this up. I'm going to hold control. Just use my little bullseye button to center it. Alright, so now I'm going to ungroup these and click that again and fuse it together with the outer band, and there we have the little Christmas tree design. So I'm going to go ahead and hit those over to the machine. Let me update the material, and don't make fun of my material, I'm recycling. We're going to shrink these down just for the purpose of demonstration, so as I can put them on this material.
It came out light.
So we'll get that going and show you what it looks like here in a second. Alright guys, as you can see, both the pieces come out really nice. I'm just going to go ahead and use, I cut the two tops just to show you what it looks like. But I'm just actually going to be using the Christmas tree one to go ahead and glue it together. But they look really nice. The machine done a good job. And so there you go, one more option. Alright guys, so there you have it. A couple of quick designs that you can use to go ahead and use your laser to create Christmas ornaments for the season. No matter how little experience you have, just follow along. Or if you don't want to go through trouble designing your own, go grab the files. These are not material specific. I will say though, with this one Club Day Countdown, those little edges around the hole, it needs to be a thicker material. If not, there's going to be a risk of breaking there. But like for these little designs here, if you want to use this one, or the 24 days, there shouldn't be a problem with that. And you can modify this however you want. But I use pouring material.
Two looks fast on cam.
But you can use acrylic, you can use eight-inch material.
One is dark.
Cardboard, paper, fabric, whatever you want to do.
One is dark.
If you're a crafty person,
Two is like one, but a little
you
lighter.
can paint these. You can do whatever you want on these.
Three is just
maybe you have
completely
fabric. If you're a seamstress or you sew,
light.
you can take the back piece of this one, glue some fabric to it, and then put this top layer over top of the fabric. You can do the same thing with paint. You can paint them after you cut them out and engrave them. You can paint them before you cut them out and engrave them. You can use glitter, the little glitter paints. You can, you could even go as far as filling that with some type of epoxy or glue or paste or whatever.
How's it going?
There's lots of things that you can do to make these a little more creative. You can mix and match your materials. You could technically take a piece of clear acrylic or another color of acrylic and do one layer with the color acrylic, one layer with the wood. The possibilities are endless, but these are simple little projects. They're highly customizable. Like I said, typically with these, I would clear coat them afterwards, especially the back of this material because it's not pre-finished. The front is pre-finished, so that's not that big of an issue.
Go from the sides like
like
this.
This one where it's been engraved real deep
Or
here,
that.
that would preserve that, keep from getting scratched up. But other than that,
we're going to try
it
one
is
more.
optional, like I said, depending on the material, whether you have to go over them with a tool card or anything like that.
Oh, thank you, Jamie,
guys,
for your
I hope
leftover
you're
soup.
getting used to your laser, getting some use out of it, having fun with it, and making a little money if that's what you're into it for. And as always, if you have any needs for ideas or anything like that, come check out my videos. I have videos on most anything you can think of as it pertains to lasers. And if I don't have the video, send me a message, drop me a comment, and I'll try to help you out with a video that could, maybe give you an idea, inspire you, or help you get over that little hump in the learning curve that is laser. But if you're in the laser,
it's going to take 47
tips, tricks, all that kind of stuff, be sure to catch our live. Like I said, Sunday night, 7 o'clock p.m. Myself.
I don't know. I kind of like this one because I can see the shade
we hope to see you there.
and the pumpkin.
So, until next time, guys, be safe.
And it's dark.
And have a good day.
It's light. That's way too light. See how this one turns out. This one looks like it's going to be darker.
Darker?
Oh. Watch. Go. Watch the dots. Don't watch what I'm changing. Watch the dots. That makes it lighter. See how the change, the spots get farther away?
Yeah.
This one is the one I'm doing now.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff.
Which, honestly, that's Mars.
Mars?
M-A-R-Z. Z. 1, 2, 3.
Alright guys, welcome back to the shack. And today we're going to be doing a quick little design. Some of y'all saw my
Did you write down the
countdown to
settings on the
retirement
back?
sign that
No,
I
you
made.
didn't.
And a lot of people have said that they would like to have something similar
They
for
were all messed up.
countdown
I
to
didn't
Christmas
pay
or
attention to the
other
settings.
holidays. And the way this works is it's got these little inserts here
This might
that
be.
you can rearrange and put whatever number of days that you
might
want
be
to put
the
in
one.
there up to
This might be the one.
999. So
Write
this is
down
one
the
that I just made for
settings
myself.
Will,
I made it
when
just
I'm
here
done.
in the shop just to count down until my day of retirement. But some folks saw it and liked the
I
idea
did
and wanted me to make
this.
one for Christmas. Now this one was kind of a work in progress. I just kind of made it as a
Yeah, I finally paid attention to him
Christmas one I think needs to be a little smaller,
and made my
but you
fucking
can
Christmas
scale it
order.
up if need to. So that's what we're going to do today. Is we're going to create something similar to this, but a little smaller, so that you guys can make it without having to use an entire sheet of plywood. So if that's something you're interested in, stick around, and we're going to get the light burned and knock it out.
Yeah. Scheduled for
Hi, Jamie.
11/3.
All right, guys, so let's drop down in light
Sunday.
burn. We'll be using the profile for
Sunday?
the X40,
This Sunday?
just because it's got
I'm
bigger
gonna
work
watch
area to
his
build a plow.
live
You don't have to
stream
have a machine this size to
Sunday.
make it.
Sunday?
You just need to have a bigger work
Remind
area
me.
as its largest piece.
Okay.
So we're going to try to keep this one kind of small. So let's get down into the
Notify
computer and get
on.
started.
And it's his.
All right, so the very first thing we need to do, guys, is decide how big do we want this thing. I'm thinking with this one, I think
I'm
we do
just
like
making
12
sure
by
I'm
9 or so to keep it, you know, moderately
Well, this might be the one.
so
Might be the
that
one.
way it could be, I mean, you could always stretch it and make it bigger, and we'll go over that towards the end of the video in case you want to do it. So we'll do,
Did the boys go in?
about 300 by
They're
200.
riding bikes.
That way this thing can be fairly small,
Since I got
and you can
in
do it
for
out
a
of a
shower.
small
Like
piece of
kitty
material
cat.
without breaking the bank. So we're going to go ahead and create a
Huh?
I
box.
think I should make
I'm going to make this box 300 wide and 200 tall. I'm going to go ahead and lock that. So, well,
You don't mind me
it was going to do that. And then once I get that set, we're going to lock that so that it can't move. Now, I like rounded corners. To me, it just gives it more of a finished look. So I'm going to go out here and hit the radius tool.
Did you check your
And then
email?
click on this guy, and I'm going to round the corners a little bit, just enough to
Just
give
making
it
sure.
that finished look. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of lay the graphics out the way that I see it being. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 2 text boxes, because I want to have the days until, and then I want to have down here at the bottom, I want to have Christmas, but I want to have it in a lot bigger text and maybe a little nicer, like more of a script type text. So we're going to go up
Might be the one,
here,
Dad.
and I'll change that, pull this around, and we'll just kind of center this right there. Make sure we get that right. And then this one here, we're going to take and change this text here over to something. I want this to be kind of, here we go,
I still
kind
want
of
to know
plain. I
this
just want this to be basically letting you know that this is a countdown until Christmas. And you can do yours differently if you want. This is just, like I said, this is just personal preference, however you want it to be. Okay, I'm going to see how big these fonts need to be. Here we go. So that's, I think that's big enough to go along with this. So that kind of flows. Okay, so that'll be the size of our font. I'm going to go ahead and set it at the center. But what I want to do is I want to pull this down to the bottom a little bit, because with this is going to insert into this piece here. But I want enough around this text here for the numbers to line up over there. So we're just going to take that and set that up like this, and then I'm going to take me another box. And I'm going to figure out what the size of this guy is. All right, so this box, we'll make it 60 by 100, just to keep it easy to remember. So we're going to make that one 60 by 100. And then I'm going to create another box, and I'm going to make this box 60 by 60. And you'll see why here in just a second. What I'm trying to do now is I want to take my text. I want to have a place that I can put my text and use it to align.
There should be pulling in.
16 unlock.
Better make sure dog shit, dog piss.
So we'll set that to 8.
Alright, see when you get in, Dad.
Clothes are picked up.
And I'm just going to take this little box here. And I'm going to align it to that one. Because I want to use this corner line as kind of a way of centering my text. Click this number, click this box, and then hit that button. It's going to center whatever the letter is, it's going to center it here. It's going to leave this tab sticking up so that I can have it come out of there. The next thing that I want to do is I want to radius all of these as well. So I'm going to come in here and radius all of those. Alright, so this is going to be basic.
So,
guys, this is going to be a rinse and repeat process. We'll go down here. I'm going to put in the number 1. And then all I got to do is leave that selected. Hold control, click the little tool line, and hit the bullseye to center that up. And I'm just going to keep pasting. I'm doing this. Now you could have created, I could have created a spreadsheet and set up.
I set the remote.
But to be honest with you, the more of these that I've got to do,
I set the rag.
The harder than it is. I just didn't go ahead and do it this way.
Acetone in it.
Saved you a little headache watching
on my remote.
So I'm going to go through here, select all these
on the
guys,
corner of it,
and I'm going to go ahead and distribute those along that line, and then I'm going up here to align them horizontally. That's just what I'm doing to make my OCD a little more comfortable. So there's our numbers. What I will do is need to copy one of these out just for my design purposes here. Actually, I'm going to need 3 of them totally. So we'll do it by hand here. I'm going to use this button to distribute them horizontally, and what that does is that evenly spaces them across the horizontal axis. And I'm going to use this guy to align them. That way they're perfect. And we're going to set this in here. So this is where the design is going to have to kind of come into play. Is what I'm wanting this to be here in the middle. So I'm going to have to center these. What I want is I want the numbers to be shown through here, but not completely, because I'm planning on doing an offset right here. So let me just go ahead and select
Mars,
these.
have a good one. Thanks for coming, buddy.
This, duplicate
Appreciate you.
Those lines, and I'm going to move this over here, and I'll show you what I'm doing here in just a second. So on this side over here, what I want to do is I'm going to take these 3 right here, and I'm just going to group them. Now, I'm going to use the offset tool, because what I want to do is I want this to...
This weekend I got a lot to do.
I want it to have
Camper,
a lift
cheese stand,
to where you can see the letters,
and
but not the whole... I don't want the whole thing exposed right here. So, there we go. So that's going to give me... Let's do 8.
Oh, it's going to be busy.
That's plenty. Alright, that works.
Busy.
I'm testing out the Poise Ultra Thin
Oh,
Pads.
who
Dancing's a
cares?
great workout, but ever since I had my son, I struggle with leaks when I'm jumping around.
Alright guys, so there is the one that we came up with today. Like I said, if you only wanted to do, like, let's say, 12 days.
ORTUR Laser Materials.
Alright guys, so welcome back to the shack, and today we're going to be here to kind of go over the most asked question I get every week. Well, maybe the second most asked question.
I'm lurking there.
The first most asked question is, what kind of machine do I need? But this is probably the second highest ranking question I get, which is, what materials do I need to get for my new laser? And I get that a lot, guys. So today I've got a bunch of materials out. We're going to kind of go through what those materials are used for, what they're, which materials are good for this application and that application, and just kind of throw it all out there in hopes that maybe some of you, especially the ones that are new to this, can kind of glean some, understanding of what the materials can do. And for those of you that's been doing it a while, who knows? You may discover a material that you haven't been using. So stick around, and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Alright guys, so to start with, in this episode, we're going to discuss blue diode lasers. The blue 450 nanometers lasers are probably the most common hobby lasers that are out there. And for most beginners who would be asking the question about materials, that's what you're going to have. This is going to include such things as the X-Tool D1, all the way up into like the laser pecker, the blue diodes, any of the lasers that have the blue lights. Like I said, those are going to be what we're going to be focusing on today. If you're interested, if you have other machines and you want me to do more of a detailed deep dive into the fiber world or CO2, let me know and we'll go that route. But I get this question mostly from folks that are new to the diode world and haven't got a whole lot of experience. And I know this is one of those questions that you would think there would be, it'd be kind of self-explanatory. But if you look at it, there's not a lot of content on there about the scope of all the different materials that you can engrave with a blue diode. So I thought hopefully this video will, fill in that gap and help answer some of those questions for those folks that are new. And
I still can't believe
things that you would like to do with your blue diode laser.
Came in here.
I've got a table full of things over here, and guys, just a little waiver here. This is some of the things that I do. These are some of the more common things that are out there. It's not all of them. So if you have another material that you think you want to engrave, always consider a couple of things. Know what's in the material. Know the risks involved, whether it be flammability or toxicity. Because some of these materials, especially like vinyl, PVC, some of the plastics especially, can be very, very nasty. If you breathe them, they can be poisonous, and they can also be highly corrosive through the release of acids and stuff like that to your machines. So be careful with the materials if you're experimenting. Do a little research to try to make sure that you're safe and you don't tear your equipment up. But today we're going to be going over some of the most common materials that are on the market and kind of let you know where I think they stand and the way that I use those materials. So let's jump over to the table. Alright guys, so one of the most common and probably the most widely used mediums with the blue lasers is going to be wood of some sorts, guys. You have a lot of different types of wood. So we're gonna start and keep in mind, guys, these materials as we're going through them, your 5 and 10 watt machines are going to be more ideally suited for engraving, whereas they can cut. They're just not going to be real fast at it. The 20 watt and above will be able to kind of do both. Now, they may not have quite the precision in engraving as some of the smaller machines, but it's kind of a sell-off. It's kind of like when you're buying a vehicle, you got to decide, do you want fuel economy or power? Because typically you're not going to get both. So, kind of the same thing with lasers. Do you want engravability or cutting or somewhere in the middle? So, we're going to be approaching this, and I'm not going to be giving you any settings because I always, guys, the best way to get your settings for material, buy some extra, play, do some testing. Yes, it costs money, but that's the only surefire way to make sure you have the correct settings. So one of the easiest to work with, and I guess probably best looking woods in many cases, is just straight up thin sliced material. This is some thin sliced black walnut. Then luckily I have my own sawmill, so some of the stuff's pretty easy to come by for me. And some real thin oak that I've been playing with. And you can see I cut some stuff out of it, just doing some testing. So with wood, typically you're going to have like the natural grain material such as this. You're going to have plywood. And guys, also to understand how lasers work and how different materials are affected by them, you kind of need to understand the composition of them. So this is 100% plain, no additives, no preservatives. This is just wood, okay? This stuff's going to cut relatively easy, relatively clean. The things that come out of it are going to be the things that naturally occur inside wood, as far as the smokes and the vapors and stuff like that, okay? The second, probably the most common in laser engraving type of wood material is going to be plywood. All right, plywood is made up of several thin layers of material that are glued together, and usually glued together under a lot of pressure, which makes it a really dense, strong, kind of resilient to breaking plywood. That's the word, plywood.
Plywood.
So the thing with plywood to remember is, typically with lasers that we use, you're going to be staying somewhere between 1/8 of an inch of material and 1/4 of an inch of material. You can go higher, especially with the 70-watt machines that are out now. But typically speaking, you're not going to do a lot of that. You're going to be between 1/8 of an inch plywood and 1/4 of an inch. One thing to remember is just because you have 2 1/8 inch plies or 2 1/4 inch plies, that's not going to necessarily mean that both plywoods are going to cut with the same power setting. The thing you got to remember is the type of wood is going to be, a harder wood is going to be harder to cut. The softer wood, of course, easier to cut. Also, the number of layers, because the number of layers is going to increase the layers of glue. The glue doesn't always cut as well as the wood. Typically, it doesn't cut as good at all. It's like very resistant to being cut. So the more layers, thus more glue you have, the harder wood is going to be to cut. Also, there are also things as materials that come pre-finished. I have some of those. They're really awesome when you're painting things, but that finish also adds another level of resistance for the laser. So keep in mind, the more specialized your material, like this laser material that I've been using, it's a really cool material. It's a plywood, it has several layers, but it's also pre-finished, which is cool. I like it because the cleanup is easy. The soot doesn't stick to the material. I don't have to worry about sanding it. It has a lot of pros, but with those pros come the cons of it's harder to cut. It takes a little more power to cut through this stuff. But as you can see, it's a very slick, very smooth finish. All I have to do is spray it with a little rubbing alcohol, wipe it down, no soot, there's no cleanup. It's awesome. I like this stuff, but if you're somebody that has a 5 or 10 watt machine that doesn't excel at cutting, you're probably going to get a little irritated with this stuff, because it does take about twice the power, which means it cuts at about half the speed of what unfinished regular plywood will. So those are things to consider when you start adding things to your plywood. This material that I use is just a 1/4 inch Luan material. Cuts really easy, cuts soft, cuts relatively good, engraves well, as you can see by the engraving. The thing with this stuff is, though, you do have to clean it up. I mean, it does, when you engrave it sometimes, especially if you're using RSF, you'll get a little bit of that scorching and you'll have to sand it and clean it. You can't simply spray it with something and wipe it off, because if you do, it's going to soak into the wood, because the grain and the fibers of the material haven't been sealed with like the pre-finished stuff has. So it's a little bit of a different animal. But if you have a smaller machine that's less powerful, this is a lot easier to cut. So that's something to consider when you get into plywood. The more the layers, whatever those layers are made of, the more glue, it's going to change the cutting dynamics of it. But plywood by far is my favorite material to work with. It's kind of that middle realm as far as being able to get it. The thing with, like, let's say the natural materials, you're not able to get this stuff in a 36-inch wide sheet, not likely. Not just natural material, because for one natural material that wide, typically it's going to curl or warp through twist. There's a whole lot of complications that come with material that is not plywood. Plywood, because of the way it's made, doesn't typically warp as bad as natural material, but it will warp. So here, although we want to make sure we keep that material flat. But the other and third, and around my place,
all right,
the lesser used material for lasers is MDF. Now, with MDF, I will tell you this: cutting it, remember what we talked about earlier, natural wood is just wood, plywood is wood with layers of glue. MDF is sawdust with a whole bunch of glue. And so,
it's all glue. It makes the kind of shit that makes me want to burn. Yeah, I'm starting to get it dialed in, Night Train. How much? I'm not using any air. If I put air on it, it turns real light. I learned that.
There's gotta be other people.
Do not use air.
And one day someone's gonna answer.
And so what that ends up giving you guys is a really stable material as far as it doesn't twist, it stays flat.
Like when I do stainless steel,
if you paint it with the
dog
same
tags,
color, it doesn't
they no
it
air.
has some pros for the material. Cons,
wood,
it's really
definitely use air.
With lasers. Because
ceramic tile, I learned, no air.
A little bit of wood and a lot of glue. Okay, so that's
my
the problem
business
we're
cards.
into. The other concern
I don't
is,
use air.
Of course, the more glue you have, the more concern you have for what's in the glue, i.e., chemicals such as formaldehyde and stuff like that. And with MDF, that's a chemical that is really, really prevalent among MDFs. It's getting better, but in years past especially, there was a high concentration of it in some woods that were brought in and so forth.
Aluminum.
So those are things that you need to consider
They're
too. What's in
coated
the
aluminum.
Like I said, with MDF, one benefit is you don't have any grains. There's no grain to contend with. So if you're doing an image of something that you really don't want that distracting grain to show through from the material like it will with other woods, because with other woods, the grain does affect ever so slightly the image. I mean,
coated aluminum.
To see some of these. I picked some pretty good ones. I picked some bad ones for showing the grain effect. But you can see right there in the little chicken, you can see how the grain kind of affected the outcome of that image. If that's a problem for you, if that's a concern, MDF may be a better option if that's what you're going for, is a really crisp engraving. Because with MDF, as you can see in this photo that I did, and this is a picture that was taken from a deer camera.
Yeah, I bought them off Amazon.
And all I did was throw it right, burn it.
I think it was
Amazon.
MDF. Maybe, no, my wife got it off that.
It's really good for
Team
Now with CNCs, different ball game. But with lasers,
the T
photos are one of the few
site.
times that MDF can be my go-to, especially if I'm trying to get a nice image like this. And if you do the settings correctly, guys, you can literally make the image kind of raise and almost like that 3D effect, because you can remove the material and dig it a little deeper. It's pretty cool. It's something cool to play with. So photography, if you're doing a lot of engraving of photography, some thinner MDF might be something you want to try. But those are the three main categories of wood that you're going to be using for your lasers. You're going to have the natural woods, you're going to have plywoods, and then MDF.
I'll tell you, nitrate is fucking addicting, dude.
Options out there such as panels of put together
now, if
materials
you're
for stove
not like
that,
me,
which is a natural material as far as engraving goes,
start out with a 20 watt.
Put together, there is a layer of glue in
Go
between
straight
them.
for a 20 watt.
That doesn't typically.
But if you're not sure and you just want to
stuff like that, I'm just treated
you
as
just want to dab into it.
Because for the most part,
This is a 5 watt that I got less than $200.
That's really all it is.
It's a refurb.
Wood glued together on the edges.
I got it for $168.
That's about it for wood. So let's go over to the table. I'm going to show you some of the things that I've got, and we'll go over a few more of the mediums and just kind of hit the hot spots. All right, so before we move on, guys, there is a demonstration of what you can expect with like a natural wood with the grain. You can see how the grain interacts with the grain. Now, me personally, for this application, for this little logo, I think it's pretty cool. Okay, but if this was an image and this wasn't something that I wanted to happen with that image, that's where I would go to something with a little less grain or either some MDF. So I just thought I'd share that with you. That's actually laser cut. It's a 3/4 inch piece of pine cut with a laser, but this is not. Cutting 3/4 inch material is not something I would advise you to do on a daily basis, but it is fun occasionally. So a lot of the other stuff, guys, that you can do, metallic stuff. All right, with the blue diode lasers, you can remove coatings from materials. One of the most popular things that you can do with blue diode on materials, especially like
tumblers.
wood materials. It's tumblers. But as you can see, guys, doing tumblers takes a lot of testing. So what you're doing in essence is you're heating up this material, the coating on the outside of this tumbler, and you're removing it. There are, like, especially with the orange, you can actually blacken the material, and you can even go hot enough to blacken the material underneath it. But it's all going to come down to testing. But typically speaking, with tumblers, most people are going to go for the whole remove the material and make the cup shiny approach. That is the easiest, most effective way with tumblers or the blue diode laser to get the look that you want. Now, you can do them all sizes. These are some that I do on the X2 S1 over there. These are the ones, the big ones.
That's
with
awesome.
The handles. A little more complicated because you got to take the handle off, but they're fun. So that is one of the, probably, other than wood, that's probably the second most common material that people do with blue diode lasers. So moving on down, I would have to say with blue diodes, not necessarily with CO2, but with blue diodes, the third, I would say, material that I like to play with, and I feel like it's probably the most common.
Coated stainless steel.
Materials such as these. All right, these are the tags and stuff that goes on vehicles as well as business cards. And with those business cards, you can, for the most part, with the blue diode laser, you're going to be doing the same thing you're doing with the tumblers, is you're removing the black or whatever color it is and exposing the aluminum. But we'll throw this in here because I know some of you may have the F1 or the laser pecker or some of the dual diode machines, and even the new ASMR that comes with the infrared module. So if you have our capability on your machine, whether it's a Galvo or in the case of the ASMR, one of the modules, you can engrave on these black business cards and do a pretty awesome job with these things. And these are a fun little medium, especially if you have, say, an F1 or an F1 Ultra. This one was actually done on a MOPA, so it's a little bit of a cheat, but you can do similar results as this with our module or our capable machines, such as the F1, the F1 Ultra, the Laser Pecker 4, Laser Pecker 5, those guys. Even the 2-watt-hour module that goes in the X2 S1 is capable of marking these anodized materials. And they're really fun to play around with. And if you haven't seen it, I've got the business cards and stuff, and the car tags. I also do those. Another material that a lot of people like to mess with is stainless steel or coated stainless steel. And you can do some pretty cool things even with blue diode lasers on stainless steel. The whole, being able to get color consistently. Yes, you can get color. Can you decide I want to get green and actually make that image turn green? It could happen, but I'm not good at it. So just know that that's not something. If you have expectations to be able to do that on command, be prepared for a steep learning curve and lots of luck to be able to pull that off. But the possibilities are pretty limitless, guys, with the appropriate technique.
Oh, Jamie.
Using an diode laser, it is possible
Jamie.
to acrylic also. That's a whole video for another thing, but clear acrylic, you can etch glass, you can etch, probably for the blue diodes, the most fun that I have with anything glass is going to be mirrors. And I enjoy playing around with these mirrors. I've got one that I keep right over there, this back of it on here in the shack. But you can get these little mirrors really cheap, and on either a blue or an iron machine, you can take and come in from the back side, remove the reflective material, paint those things, and make some pretty cool designs. And then with a little bit of wood, you can make a little wood frame like this. Have a cool little desk sitter or shelf sitter or something like that. Great for little holidays or just, things around the office if you got that person in the office that you want to make a little sign for or whatever the case may be. It's just a neat little project that's really cheap to make. These mirrors aren't that expensive, and the wood, like I said, you can design however you want. Your own frame, or you can
UV Kotex balance pads have a raised center that absorbs instantly for powerful protection.
What is this?
It's Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
Increase your profit and work less time with Kittle, a genius new AI tool which is perfect for print on demand. You can conquer any niche you choose, all you need is a good idea, which Kittle will help you bring to life in just minutes, using highly customizable templates and assets, as well as the power of AI which is trained for this type of work. Kittle is totally free to try, so click the link and make an account in a matter of seconds and test it out for yourself. With Kittle, you can create work that looks like it took you hours to make in a fancy design software. Not only does Kittle have millions of design assets and templates that you can customize any way you want, but our intuitive Kittle AI will help you create stunning images, clip art, even vector images, all from just putting in a text prompt. So let's take a quick look at how it works. From the homepage, we can search thousands of templates in a variety of categories, but for now,
or you can go to my Etsy shop, buy my friend. It's, whatever. But in the wood realm, guys, there's all kinds of ready designed, ready-made cutting boards out there. These are some like acacia boards that come off of Amazon. I've got others such as bamboo and so forth. And that's one thing that we didn't talk a whole lot about is bamboo. Bamboo technically, although it's very wood-ish, it is basically a grass. But it's a pretty good little material to be engraving on. I make a lot of stuff out of bamboo as well, and the prototype I'm working on here. But bamboo's pretty handy, and you have a lot of keychains and stuff that are bamboo handled, spatulas and so forth. Acrylics. A lot of people ask me about acrylics with their blue diode lasers. And guys, if you're planning on doing acrylics with your blue laser, let me go ahead and save you some heartache. Stick with black acrylic. That's the only color acrylic that you're going to be able to cut with a blue diode laser with any success. I'm not going to say that you can't pull it off, but it's going to be messy, it's going to be a pain, it's going to take a lot of turns. Your cut is definitely not going to be smooth. It's just not worth it. Stick with black. If you must have a color, red is probably the second best color that I have found to be able to cut with a blue diode. And then orange would be behind that. But if these materials have any type of translucence to them, it's not going to cut. Okay, it's just going to melt or make a mess or just do nothing. So black acrylic is going to be your go-to for the blue diode lasers. If you're wanting to cut acrylic, guys, go check out somebody's CO2 machine. That is going to be the way to go. None of the other hobby machines on the market are going to satisfy your need to cut all kinds of acrylic. It's not going to happen. So, with the diodes, stick with black and you're okay. Any other color, bless your heart. Just, have fun with that. Let me know how it works out. But the world of lasers, guys, one more thing that some of you guys, if you're new, I'm going to go ahead and tell you. This is another rabbit hole that you can get caught in. What glue do you need? Do you need wood glue? Do you need Gorilla Glue? Do you need super glue or CA glue?
Yeah.
Do you need Loctite spray adhesive? And the answer is, guys, depending on what you're doing, you kind of need them all.
Getting there.
And throw in a glue gun, a hot glue gun to boot, because you're going to eventually go down this rabbit hole so far that you're going to need all these glues to hold all of these different materials together. Because every application, every project you do, regardless of what it is, you're going to have to stick some pieces together more than likely, and depending on what it is and how it goes together and where it's going to be placed, it's going to determine what kind of glue you need. Now, I will say, wood glue and CA glue, if you can only pick up a couple, go ahead and grab those two, because those are going to be your most common glues. They're going to be wood glue and CA glue. One of the other things that you're going to want to pick up to go along with your adhesion kit for laser engraving, go ahead and get yourself some green painter's tape. And green, because it can be used for testing cylindrical objects and stuff like that. and it doesn't reflect the blue light as bad. And it just when you're using it to do test burns and markings and stuff, it's a lot handier than the blue. So with those materials, you're also going to want to learn how to, do stuff like such as this right here. This is a pre-finished plywood that I painted with some Rust-Oleum in a can, and it turned out like this. My wife didn't even realize. She's like, "What material is that?" Because it really looks kind of cool. But what this is a one-side finish.
These long projects,
and
yeah,
cut all these pieces out, painted
DJ
them individually.
Goddamn right. You see why I can't do 3D printing?
Yes, you could. If you
now you fucking understand.
And paint this with a paintbrush or whatever. I'm not that skilled, and I don't like painting with a paintbrush.
I could not do what you do.
Take these,
nope.
Cut them out, spray paint everything individually, let them dry, and then just drop them together with some glue. For this application,
no sir.
You could use either wood glue or CA glue, depending on your flavor. But
got another
on this one, I just use wood glue.
10 minutes to go on this.
Now, the one thing that I have learned, and I will pass along to you, if you're using this pre-finished material right here,
too long,
it can have negative effects on your gluing. So if you're using the pre-finished and you're gluing pre-finished to pre-finished, or if you're gluing anything to the pre-finished material, it can prevent the release of something into the material and giving you as good of a coat. So in those situations, if you're gluing to the pre-finished material, you might want to get with the glue just to make sure you've got enough surface area that even though the hole may not be as strong, you have more surface area, therefore the overall the connection.
It's about money in the end. Burn time equals cash flow. Well, I don't know. Like, how do you charge for this?
There's all types of materials, and guys, when I travel to events,
50 minutes.
This is my little blank.
It took what?
And I'm going to share this with you. We're not going to go down too far down the rabbit hole. If you like this type of material videos, let me know.
4 to 6 hours.
This kind of one of those things that came up. People kept asking, "What kind of problem should I do?"
Trying to get the right settings. I went through 4.
But when I travel to events, this is
5, 6, 7,
blanks that I have. There's all types
8
of
tiles.
out there that you can get that are ready made.
8 tiles.
These little leather keychains right here. These things
4 to 6 hours. Fine tuning.
So far, I haven't really just cleaned house with them. I've only took them to one event. So
adjusting settings.
I sold several. I probably sold enough at that one event.
How would you charge for that?
So that's good when you can get your blanks to pay for themselves first trip out. These are some more of the little leather, fake leather keychains that I have, and they engrave pretty well. The different colors. Like I said, you've got to get out there and try stuff, guys. What works in my region, in my area, at my events, may not work at yours, and vice versa. So the only true way to know is to get out there and talk to friends that are in the same thing and see what they're doing. These are pre-made little wooden keychains, mostly made out of what I can tell looks like either bamboo or some type of other Asian wood. But they work pretty well. They engrave well, sell well. Oh, I forgot about slate. Slate is one of those materials, guys, that, especially for coasters and stuff like that, it's pretty easy and pretty forgiving with either a blue laser or an IR. So, yeah, you can put that on the list of things that you can do as well. And like we were talking about earlier with bamboo, they make most everything out of bamboo. So there's some bamboo pins. I do those at events. I've got tons of stuff, guys. These are dog tags. These things I do with the IR, but guys, they sell like crazy. So you've got to understand that the market, like I said, certain things are going to be hot at certain times of the year. There are, things that people buy, like impulse buys and so forth, that are really good pretty much year round. Anything small that you can stick in your pocket tends to go pretty well. This is what I'm looking for.
What you doing, Mama?
These are little metal,
what are you doing?
bottle openers. And I've
what are you doing, Mama?
These, so I'm going to set these over to the side.
Huh?
So,
what are you doing?
use your imagination, guys. I got lots of videos and lots of other materials. Some of these materials are here are more for our machines. You can do it with those, and they're more for our machines. But just let me know down below. Would you like for me to kind of go through the different materials and what they're good for say, the
whole bag in one day,
individual machines, or just like the spectrum? Because I don't feel like I should do one for external or one for laser spectrum, because the machines are basically using the same light. They're using the same basic principles. The materials are the same. And as always, testing, you're going to need to do that on your own. Okay? I can kind of give you a ballpark, but to get the best results, always test, guys. I mean, I have to test, and it gets expensive sometimes. But if you're not pricing your jobs to where you can absorb your testing costs, then maybe you need to look at doing that, because you will get a lot better product, and you'll have a lot less stress, because you will know that setting is going to be the best setting.
I think I'm going to buy
and the testing time that you get
a head of lettuce
also will help build confidence in that material, so that you're not nervous when you burn those first 4 or 5, because you know how it is, guys. You get something in and you're like, man, I'm going to mess this job up. And for the first 4 or 5, you're like, oh Lord, this is bad. But then you kind of get, you get used to it. You get the swing of things. Of course, that's usually when something goes wrong or something.
Yeah, get up on your, just jump on your bike and
being able to test or having
come up to New York.
Do mess up is very, very valuable. I've got some tumblers I've got to do this weekend, and that's always.
It's a little chilly. You might want to wear a coat.
Messes up, software messes up, or good old human error. Something is probably going to happen. But let me know. I feel like we're getting to the point now where I'm just going to be rambling about different materials. But as far as the basic understanding of what materials are good for a
holy fuck, 400.
I feel like hopefully you should get a little information out of the video. So let me know in the comments down below if this was helpful to you. And if you have another video that you'd like to see, as always, drop it in the comments, send me a message, let me know. I like talking about helps you guys. And I try not to forget. Sometimes it's just simple things when you're first starting out that will really make the most difference. It's been a while since I started out in lasers, but I try to remember that. So hopefully it helps. Let me know. But until next time, guys, be safe and have a good day.
Yeah.
I believe we just got the 2 $1 chips on the right corner. That is awesome. What is going on, everybody?
Welcome back to Shane Grant.
Double trouble.
It's Friday, November 1st, 2024, and we've got a
double trouble coming.
This is the world's first reusable cotton swab. It can remove up to 10 times more earwax. Latest studies show that traditional cotton swabs are not good for your ears. There is even a warning on the box telling you not to put them in your ears.
Do not put Q-tips in your ears.
It's Friday, November 1st, 2024, and we've got a ton of updates for you. All these storms that we've been tracking, got a lot of new information now. It's going to allow us to tell you the story of what's going to happen very efficiently. We're going to start off today talking about the Caribbean and the Atlantic. Everything over here is really starting to light up with activity. I'll show you what I'm talking about right here in a second. And then we're also going to talk about our next storm system coming in from the west that's going to cause a multi
30-day severe weather outbreak. Here's the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Okay, we've got a 70% chance of development now. This storm that was forming down there near Central America is now starting to look a little bit more organized, especially on the models. There's more consistency with what's going to happen here, and we have a pretty good confidence now that this is going to turn into at least a tropical depression as it approaches areas just to the west of Jamaica, maybe just to the south of Jamaica. It does look like it's going to try to go up into the gap between the Yucatan Peninsula and Cuba, potentially. But look at this, it's not just this area of interest that we have to keep our eyes on now. We also have this other low pressure system that's going to bring heavy rain to the Caribbean islands and the Bahamas over the next little bit. And then there's another storm force low up here near the Azores. Now, this one's not really going to cause any problems for anybody. However, it is something to, I guess, keep an eye on, especially if you've got interests in Europe, as that's where the remnants of this will eventually go. But yeah, lots of activity in the Caribbean right now, but all eyes are on this storm. The latest GFS model shows both of those systems kind of swirling around. I really don't think that there's going to be much of anything coming out of the storm that's north of the Dominican Republic. I think that it's just going to cause a lot of heavy rain for our folks in Cuba, of course over into the Bahamas as well, Haiti, places like that, Puerto Rico. Outside of that, I think that the energy from this is just going to kind of get wrapped up into this storm, which is where our eyes have to go, because this is the one that has that higher chance of development. Now, the GFS takes this to the east of Jamaica, which is one of the only models that's doing that right now. Once again, the vast majority of these pointed towards the Yucatan Peninsula. But notice what happens. We've got all these big megatroughs coming through the United States, and one way to think of these, outside of their ability to cause severe weather in the United States, they're also magnets for low pressure systems farther south. So if this thing starts to smell or trough up here, it's going to get attracted to it. And that's exactly what happens here. It takes the storm over Cuba and then into the Gulf simply because of that trough that came through. And then look, there's another one that might draw it even closer to the Gulf Coast. So the GFS here does bring a storm into the Gulf of Mexico, which is an unfortunate reality that we have to face right now. The GFS doesn't turn it into a strong storm, but it's way too early to talk about specifics as far as the intensity of the storm goes. Also, the GFS is kind of painting another separate system, potentially 160 hours from now, getting over there near Puerto Rico as well. I don't know if we should put much stock into that. This is the first I've seen of it, so if that continues to show up, we will talk about it in the future. But for now, let's assume that that's a little bit of a glitch or a blip and focus on the storm that we have been tracking for well over a week now, and understand that it is, a possibility that this goes into the Gulf. And of course, if a storm goes into the Gulf, it's going to have the ability to get strong. Now, that was just one run of one model, the GFS, okay? What about the Euro? And what about more than just one run of it? Let's look at an ensemble, an average of a bunch of different runs of the Euro model, and you can see that it still shows a tropical depression going towards the Yucatan Peninsula or the gap between the Yucatan Peninsula and Cuba, and then eventually going into the Gulf. And once again, it doesn't mean that we're going to have a hurricane or a major hurricane, but it certainly is concerning for our folks that live along the coast, because this might be our one last storm of the year that really has a chance of causing some impacts here in the lower 48. I think that Cuba and places near Cancun probably have a better chance of seeing a storm right now, but of course if it gets past that, we've got to start talking about our folks maybe even as far west as into Texas. There's no specific track right now, there's no forecast beyond that, there's no science to it, so we're just going to keep an eye on this, and I'm going to keep you updated every time there's new information that comes out. But from there, we've got to move on, because we've got severe weather possible in the U.S. That big trough that I was showing you on the other map, it's going to spark severe thunderstorms as early as tomorrow in West Texas. Large hail, damaging winds, and a tornado threat is on the table. There's a 5% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point down there around Odessa, points south and west. And the severe weather train doesn't stop there. Once again, this is going to be a multi-day severe weather outbreak. A much larger area is going to be impacted by large hail, damaging winds, and once again, an isolated tornado threat on Sunday, November 3rd. Kansas, lots of Oklahoma, and even lots of North Texas around Wichita Falls, Texas, back down to the south and west. We are going to have lots of storms on Sunday, also lots of heavy rain. And then even on Monday, we've got ourselves at day 4, slight risk of severe weather from around St. Louis back through Oklahoma City and then even around Austin and Dallas. So those first 2 days where the risk is more back here, I think that's where our tornado threat is the highest. Right now, it's looking like the tornado threat might not be the main event with this day 4 situation because it looks like it's going to turn into a squall line, maybe a big damaging wind event as the storms move farther east. But of course, there's always going to be that potential for supercells in front of the line, and if that ends up being something that happens, we may have a problem here. Let's take a look at.
Leaves are falling, and so are the prices, with 50% off fall decor from Hobby Lobby. Autumn is the perfect time to cozy up your home with harvest-inspired decor and accents that radiate the comfort of fall. Hobby Lobby has a wide selection of exclusive pieces to help you restyle your space for the changing season, from the latest trends to classic styles. Shop the sale today, in-store or online at hobbylobby.com.
This is a beautiful trail through Flagstaff. Holy cow. Welcome back to Freshly Charged, guys, where we have the brand new XP Lite 2.0. This thing is pretty sweet. They've made some major upgrades to it, which were needed, and I am loving this bike. Let's go through a quick walkthrough and show you what it's all about. Starting with the cockpit, we have this beautiful color display that they have on the Electric One and the Express. I'm glad that they're moving towards this color display because the old one, it was just a little bit dated. We have hydraulic brake levers, half-twist throttle, extendable neck to increase the height on it, foldable neck for easy portability. One other big upgrade is they changed this to BMX-style handlebars, which just feels so much better underneath your hands. Oversized light, which I cannot confirm if they're going to put this on the bike or if this is just one of the opening day packages. The nice new change that they've done is they've changed it to Xiaoying tires rather than the CST BFT tires with 3mm of Aramid fibers, so it's puncture resistant and should be able to hold up from like go-heads getting in there and puncturing the tire. One thing that I love about Electric, they also do put slime in their tubes, which is a huge thing. Other thing we got going on here is a 180mm brake disc with 2-piston hydraulic brakes. You have two versions of batteries. This comes in a 7.8 amp hour battery, or they also offer a 13 amp hour battery version for a couple $100 extra upgrade. Tall seat posts, so it can fit all sorts of different sizes. It is a single speed. It has a 300 watt motor, but that is surprisingly fast. They must have a really high output controller because this thing picks up speed quickly. Another 2-piston hydraulic brakes with 180mm brake disc, and another 20 by 2.6 inch Xiaoying puncture resistant tire. Metal foldable pedals. You've got a rear tail light. It doesn't act as a brake light, so it only works when the lights are on. This bike is pretty sweet. I'm super impressed with it. I'm glad they made the upgrades on the brakes, the tires, and also the color display. But there's one huge upgrade because they actually have a JW Black Special Edition. And you may ask, what does that JW stand for? That stands for John Wick Black.
I don't know.
And I think they're
like
calling it
the
JW just
one.
because they don't want to trademark infringement on them. So, pretty smart idea by those guys. Insane that they're able to price the bike at $899 with a carbon belt drive. It's the first e-bike that I've ever tested with a carbon belt drive that's underneath $1,700. So that just shows you the price disparity on there. But I'm going to go rip around some more, tell you what I love about it, what I hate about it, and who should buy the Electric XP Lite 2.0. So let me tell you what I love about the XP Lite 2.0. Number one thing is the ride quality. This thing is just super fun to ride. It's really nimble, lightweight, reminds me of a BMX style e-bike the way it rides. The other thing I love is the color display. I'm glad that Electric has entered 2024. They've gotten rid of that black and white display, which I just hated, and now it's amazing, easy to read in direct sunlight, even with polarized sunglasses on. The hydraulic brakes work really well, and when you combine it with the Xiaoying tires, which is a softer compound, this has great stopping power. The other huge thing for me is that it has great power acceleration. I'm surprised how fast this gets up to speed. It has no issues at all climbing hills, and you can tell that it kind of stops you at 20 miles per hour because it wants to go faster. They've capped this out at a Class 2 e-bike, but I'm sure someone's smart enough to unlock it to go faster. The fact that it's only $100 to upgrade to a Gates carbon belt drive just makes this super affordable and easy for people to get into e-bikes. I love that Electric hasn't really skimped out on the pedals. They use metal foldable pedals because we've had some foldable pedals in the past made out of plastic, and they just don't work very well. The BMX style handlebar grips feel really nice underneath your hands, and then the other thing is they're puncture resistant tires with slime pre-filled in them. Electric is one of the few companies that I know of that actually pre-install slime into the tires just to make sure you're not stranded down on the road dealing with the flat. The XP Lites are always the most portable bikes on the market. Super easy to fold, easy to lift up. It's great for people who live in like an apartment and need to take it up to their house, or people who have to lift this in and out of like a camper van or RV. I love that this comes in a variety of colors, especially the lavender haze.
because it's great for women entering into the e-bike space. And really, one of the best reasons why you should buy an electric bike is because of their customer service. Their customer service is based in the U.S. in Phoenix, Arizona. They're all given 2 bikes when they first start, and they're given a bike to take apart and put together. So they actually speak from the heart, knowing exactly how to fix the bikes, rather than just being some third-party company managing the customer service who doesn't have a lot of knowledge of how the bike's built and what issues are going on with it. But this bike is not perfect, so we're going to keep riding, and at our next stop, I'm going to tell you what I hate about the Electric XP Lite 2.0. So there's a lot to like about this bike, but the number one thing I'm not a big fan of is the front light. Whether it comes with this upgraded light or the small light, they both suck. They really create a narrow beam, so if you're going to do a lot of night riding, you should definitely get the handlebar light that Electric offers, because that light is way brighter and creates a much wider spread. The other thing I don't love is that Electric hasn't really quite figured out how to make the tail light become a brake light. Some of their bikes offer it, but most of their bikes do not offer that, so I wish they could adjust that, because it's nice to have a brake light just to let people know that you're stopping. Another thing that I'm not a fan of is I wish this bike could go past 20 miles per hour. I can feel that it wants to go past 20 miles per hour, but there's definitely a governor in here stopping it from doing that. Maybe it's because they worry about overheating the controller, so that's the reason why they're trying to cap out your top speed, but I do wish this went just slightly faster than 20 miles per hour. But pretty much all the other bikes in this class and price range cap out at 20 miles per hour. One thing I forgot to mention was I love the cable management, but one thing about it is it blocks the crummy light. So the light already sucks, creates a narrow beam, and it's getting blocked by the cable wrap. So not a big fan of that.
Take a look at this day by day. Here we are on Saturday, 5 p.m. We've got rain taking over Texas, Oklahoma, up into Kansas and Nebraska. This is just rain showers up here, but down into Texas, this is where we could be looking at some actual severe weather. Big time hail is possible. At the same time, we're going to have some snow working into places like Idaho, Montana, Washington, and Oregon. This is associated with our next system that we'll have to be watching. And just look at how the rain doesn't go anywhere, okay? It's going to stay over Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, Missouri, and that region all the way out until Monday, November 4th. So we've got severe weather Saturday and Sunday. Also on Monday, look at this, at 1 a.m., we're going to have storms in Oklahoma City, Little Rock, and heavy rain, maybe as far north as up into Nebraska. We're going to start to see snow farther south, maybe into New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona on Monday, as well as the cold air from this trough is really going to start digging down into the Rockies. It's going to feel really warm out east, and then this is going to set the stage for our squall line. Once again, I think that late Monday, our severe weather threat's going to come in the form of a damaging wind event, probably from Dallas up through St. Louis. And once again, this is the kind of storm system that could promote tornadic activity, especially if there is some room for supercells to form out in front of the line, but we're way too far out right now to talk about that with any sort of certainty. What we can say, though, is that as we go into Election Day, the storm system is going to be with us, but the severe weather attributes are going to be less. So I think that there is a chance that we see severe weather on Election Day. It's likely going to come in the form of some heavy rain and maybe some strong winds in places like Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas. Most of this up here is just going to be general garden variety rain showers as we go through the day on Election Day. Another big pocket of cold air is coming in to the west, though, as we go into Wednesday. This is going to bring very heavy snow to Colorado and Utah, and it's also going to set the stage for more rain in Texas. Yes, more rain in Texas, Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, Kansas. It is coming. The drought that we've been experiencing here is definitely, we're going to put a big dent in that, and possibly more, as we're just going to see a bunch of rain come in. And also, this is going to dump a bunch of snow in Colorado as we go through next weekend. But look at this. You see them peeking out down there. That might be Tropical Storm or Hurricane Patty, and that's the same one that we were just looking at on the GFS. This one goes a little bit farther to the west, maybe making landfall in Mexico rather than up here in the United States or in Cuba or something like that. Obviously, all the models are going to show a million different things over the next week or so. We'll nail that forecast down as we go forward. But like I was saying, the rainfall is very much welcomed here. I understand in the plains in the central U.S. up into the upper Midwest, but it does look like every day now as we get more data, things are going to get excessive as far as the rainfall goes, especially there in Oklahoma. From Oklahoma City to Tulsa up towards Joplin, Missouri, could see enough rain to actually cause flash flooding, especially Sunday and Monday. So keep an eye on those creeks and streams if you live anywhere in the yellow or red ahead here over the next several days. Once again, some of these places will be picking up on maybe 7 to 10 inches of rain. A couple of towns here, especially in Oklahoma, could see 10 inches of rain over the next 7 days, and that will cause some problems with flash flooding. But we can see some decent rainfall as far up as into Michigan and as far south as Houston. So enjoy it, because I'm sure we're going to have another dry spell here at some point. But right now, the moisture train is on. All right, we are going to be busy here at the Ryan Hall Y'all channel this week because of all of the weather that's happening. We're probably going to have another video tomorrow. We will probably have another video on Sunday. We are definitely going to have a video on Monday, and in fact, it looks like that's the best day right now to assume that we might go live. So Monday, November 4th, live stream probability right now is 53%, so make sure you turn notifications on. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss that. If we do need to go live, we will, covering a damaging wind threat or potentially a tornadic threat from St. Louis down to Dallas. And that's all I've got for you today. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next one. Goodbye.
Son of a bitch.
I'm shocked at how few people actually know why they're losing hearing. They have no idea what's happening inside their ear. The hairs inside your inner ear are not actually hairs in the way you think. They are these tiny filaments called stereocilia that are the top part of hair cells. And they move around in a fluid inside a spiral bone in your ear called the cochlea. The sounds around you are sent through your ear, pass through your eardrum, and a series of tiny bones, and then are turned into waves in the fluid of the cochlea. The stereocilia send messages to your brain, depending on how they move in the fluid, just like seaweed drifting the sound of a in the open pond. They will read the movement of these waves and pass it information to your brain where you use it to understand the sounds all around you. But here's the crazy thing. These stereocilia are so accurate, they can detect if they move just one atom in distance. It's amazing. However, because they are not actual hairs, this means that as you age and they get damaged, they don't regrow like a regular hair would. Sadly, this is a problem for all mammals because birds, fish, and reptiles can all regrow these cells, so they don't experience hearing loss as they age. It's just for humans and cats and dogs and other mammals that have to deal with it. And you probably already noticed that the first sounds you lose are higher frequency sounds. This means women and children are harder to understand than men because their voices are at a higher pitch, but it's also why certain letters become harder to pick up. Consonants like S and hard K's are much higher frequency than the low vibration of a vowel like an O or an A. You can try it for yourself. Just try a few and compare it to something like O or R, as hard consonants are much higher pitch. And the problem is, when you lose some of those consonants, it doesn't just mean you lose a letter or a mark or a sentence. No, it means you really struggle to tell where one word ends and another one begins. So even if you hear most of the sounds that someone is saying, it's like you've lost your navigation. When humans talk, we're not actually listening to every single sound the other person says. Your brain is constantly modelling and predicting what can happen to kind of fill in the blanks all the time. That's why you're able to process this information so quickly, and why even if someone speaks with a different accent or tone to what you're used to, your brain can still work with what they're saying. But as you age and you lose those higher frequencies, you lose so much information, and you miss some of those consonant sounds. And now you actually have to listen to every.
Alright, Brian, I see all your hashtags and all that stuff going on there. And I hate to be the one to break it to you, Brian, but Clyde is not here tonight. But this is a big old box, so I do have to have lifting assistance, but we're going to keep that. We'll just keep that to ourselves right now. I have it, and guys, it has been tough to not go ahead and put straps off of this thing. I'm just going to let y'all know, be thankful that I wanted to kind of share this with you guys. This is the largest machine so far that I've ever opened up and unboxed here. Now Brian Klein is Klein didn't get to come to this one. I did text him and I told him that I had it in, but unfortunately he coaches basketball and I had a basketball game. But Steve's throwing out these hashtags, like you do, Brian, saying that I got all the cool toys, which He's had his P2 for a while, so I don't really take him serious on that. But let me get my, I'm trying to change my blade out of my box. I'm not going to get it, so let me go get one so we can get started. I'm afraid if I use a door, yeah, this is actually going to be replacing the I don't have more yet. There's not an F1 over here anywhere, guys. Now, I guess I do have a row of Lasermatic and he don't. So I don't know. Is that a trade-off? But anyway, I probably should have cheated and watched some videos of other people get these out of the box and see if they was a good way to do it. But okay, let's just figure it out. Alright, so first order of business is going to get rid of these green straps. So hopefully my knife's sharp enough. So that went well. You may believe that. Hey, that wasn't so hard. Alright, so we got that part going. Alright, now comes the lifting part. Alright, so let me swap the camera around here. Alright, moving to the table, guys. Well, I'll reconfigure the camera a little bit. Thank you, Abigail. And that was, you want to come over and say hi? You want to come over and say hi? I don't know if anybody's talking to me. You wear your shirt? Look, she's wearing a Snapchat shirt. That's my oldest daughter. She probably was the strongest back in the family, other than me. And it's just hold on to the time. Even though she wasn't about to do it. I'll be alright. Alright, so let me get the camera adjusted, guys, and we'll see what's inside, because there's going to be some stuff inside. I got one more thing I will need to do. I got the riser base. We'll wait on the riser base. Yeah. I'm just going to go ahead and do the operation of these. And then we'll figure out the rest. It may be a different video. We're good. I'll holler at you. I got your phone number. I'm telling you if you need it. So let's open it up and see what's inside. Because there's no power cable or nothing. So I'm guessing all that's happening. There we go.
Oh. What the fuck? Thought I selected that one too. Jamie, did you fall asleep, dude?
Good neighbor, step on his head. Popcorn. Where did the cat swim?
Of course. It's because we're fat. That's right. Well, I said just like a cop busting a speakeasy. I thought you told me it was a sleepeasy. And that makes sense to you?
Downy does more than just soften and freshen, because it's just a jacket. Until it's the smell
With
that
Pam, what the fuck is Pam doing there?
Clothes are more than just laundry, which is why Downy
Oh
is
my
more
God.
than just a fabric softener. Downy.
You guys are nuts. You're insane.
This is definitely something you can't do without a laser. It's so cool. It is so cool. It is so cool.
Holy fuck. We go live on Monday on yeah. So that's what I'm doing. I don't know what she's doing. What the fuck, man?
Check the comments. Check the comments. Yeah, it's an expensive machine, bro. No doubt. That's why I ain't having it. Hopefully, cool.
The fuck, man?
Figure it out.
Figure it out, dude. Oh, I hope this stays on the board. It should. It should. It should.
That screw will probably end up getting lost. Just saying.
It
Yeah,
should.
I'm gonna end up putting the riser back on there, but I am gonna put the screw back in for right now just to keep that from moving around.
Oh shit. Done.
I am not gonna
Okay.
say what Steve said.
Okay. I need a bat. Where's... I didn't make it. What was it?
Not Christmas yet. They're, well,
I think it was on 100. Yeah, it was 100.
that works. Alright.
Cool.
Hey, I found the, alright, let's see what else is in this little box while I'm at it. We just put a piece of pipe on. Got a piece of tubing. A power cable. There's a screwdriver I could have used. And some other little connectors that come up. Now we'll see what we got. You'll need to do some research though.
Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool.
What the heck?
Take action with Rogaine, the #1 dermatologist recommended brand. Rogaine. Keep your head in the game.
The best Christmas magic ever.
Cool.
Long after guests leave, viruses and bacteria linger. Air fresheners add a scent, but only Lysol Air Sanitizer helps erase the trace, eliminating odor and killing 99.9% of viruses and bacteria in the air. Scent can't sanitize, Lysol can. I don't always have 1 to 2 hours in my day to actually prepare a meal and then clean up after. Sometimes I don't want to go out. I don't want to deal with the lines at the grocery store, waiting for a table to eat at a restaurant. People call Cookmunity a meal service.
And it is, but it's so much more.
The beauty of Cookmunity is that I get restaurant-style meals in the comfort of my own home without any of the pressure.
I did it.
Less expensive than takeout, and it actually just tastes
Go
better.
back
Cookmunity
nowadays.
is like a weekly consumption.
Actually, over 80.
It looked like somebody went out to go get some distilled water. Thought it came with it. I thought it came with everything I needed. Alright. So,
Here.
that's a letdown.
Here.
Should have watched the video.
Look what I done did.
Say something. Hang on a second. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, I think she-
Look what I done did. Compliments to the Clack Shack.
Let me see if it's Alright guys, y'all be quiet for a second. I gotta try something. Hello, dude. Is there any way possible you might can find it real hard to run back to the Dollar General and right quick grab me a couple of gallons of distilled water?
Yep.
I would imagine they would have distilled water. Well, I hate to go down water, but it says antifreeze purified water, which I'm guessing is distilled water. It's the same thing. That's what I use in all my other machines, and I don't. I'm going to put it here. I got this P2 out here, put it together, and I'm live, and it shouldn't take more than that, but go ahead and put mine just about 2. Let's see what we got here. Milliliter. What do you think they got to be a milliliter? You got so many gallons and stuff. Hang on here. First filling, it says purified water, 1,100 milliliters. Stand by. Google it. Milliliters to gallons. I got a regular metric. Okay, so that's only a quarter gallon. So yeah, just wait and grab 2 gallons in case I have to do something to it later. Yeah, we'll do it. If you wouldn't mind, if you'd be so kind. Yep. No, I think that'll do it. I'm gonna get the rest of this stuff done and just talk it. I know. I'm trying to call you before you got here. Alright. Alright, thank you, man. Alright. See, that you just gotta throw the charm out there. That's what it is. But anyway, the distilled water will be here in a few minutes. Of course, she's gonna have to run to Dollar General, which is only a couple of miles. So it's not like I'm sitting there to Florida or something. But I'm gonna look and see what else we need to do while we're waiting on the distilled water. But yeah, I mean, I owe her. I mean, I keep her around. She's pretty handy for stuff. Yeah, Romgar. Well, there's a Dollar General. I got 2 of them. Like, you can go this way or this way, and it's one in like 10 minutes from my house. But yeah. No, John, I've got a Monport, and it's over there hiding right now because it's on a roll-around cart. The M40 Monport, which was guys, I'm not knocking the machine, but for $500, you kind of don't expect it to be commercial grade, state-of-the-art machine. I did learn the basics. I did learn how to align lenses and how they work and stuff like that from the machine. And I was able to cut acrylic pretty well. I mean, it didn't do the best job, but it done pretty well. Once I put the air assist on it and fixed the bed so that I could adjust the focus and stuff like that. The monitor has served me well for acrylic, but that's all I ever used it for because it was an 8x12 work area. And so I never did any other kind of jobs on it. I didn't want to fool it with wood because it was, I never did any 8x12 stuff. So by doing this, I also can do bigger projects with this machine. Brad Tons out in the shop. A lot of money from that barbecue sandwich I ate today, or the barbecue rib. Alright, so we're going to go ahead. I don't want to add antifreeze because the way it says is determine the volume of antifreeze purified water to be used, going by your average temperature in your region. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know why. I guess they want it to be as much water and as little antifreeze as possible. So, being that it's going to be 12 degrees here next week, which is unheard of, we're going to go with that as being low.
Okay.
Annual water temperature, -10, -20, -30, -50. I don't need that section.
The
So we're going to get
ornament.
See, it's greater than 0. But it has not below 0 here, so it's not very common. But I think we'll be safe. It's in the check. We got heat. That's probably good. So we'll be on.
Okay.
So we're going to do 100 concentration 0.
How y'all doing? It's Pawpaw again.
This is in Celsius, guys. Gotta get used to this. So we're just going to go with what is -20 degrees Celsius. All these conversions. Minus.
Collaboration pop over to live stream. Okay.
Let's break down what the election map.
I'm going to show you exactly.
Direct hit from tornado. Let's watch that.
Alright, hold up. We got a tornado warning and everything. I just started making the video. And the winds are so calm. It's like nothing happened. This one, there's some more this one. You must be waiting like this. You better get in the No, hold up. There we go.
At this point, I'm seeing.
Yeah, there goes the range.
Best way upside down.
What is he saying?
Oh, you got enough toilet paper, dude? Jesus.
Oh my god. Oh, okay, just like my friend they said talking about it. There's so much lightning. I don't even know where it's at. It just raining really hard.
Whoa. That was a tornado. I'm gonna be Superman.
Why you not?
Oh.
Right there?
We got a total of 3 tornado warnings tonight.
There's too much lightning. Whoa, I saw that too. Come on, show where the tornado is at on the radar, on the inbound and outbound. I need to know where it's at. Is the lights blinking or am I tripping? Oh. It's not so good. What is it up there? Or, wait, hold up.
Look like a movie boat now.
Let me get in that too.
Get back. That wasn't not.
Okay, hold on.
This was issued by the National.
Tornado's coming.
I'm taking the right hit.
There's a tornado coming.
The wind is blowing. The wind is blowing. The wind is blowing. If it's downstairs, then yes, I get that. But that's upstairs. Now that's down there, but someone's telling it there. taking a hit. And we're taking a big hit too.
There's a tornado coming.
And we're taking a hit. And we're taking a big hit too. We're taking a hit. We're taking a hit.
Nobody's gonna know. Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know.
Come on, good, good. We're taking it the right pit. Let me come on. I just took this. Oh, shoot.
So right now, you want to seek shelter. The best place that you can find.
Oh my god. I told you, Mom, I was checking the weather all day. It said it went from regular, light, and then intense. And the tornado chance was 5%.
We just passed along the information to you.
On her phone, she has the 6 ABC app.
Yup.
I think it's passing us now. So it's calming down.
But it looks like most of the hail reports today have been around 1 inch or less. But if we look at the timestamp here, this is kind of going back in time to right now. This is giving us the idea that these storms that are moving their way east from Lancaster through Chester County, now towards parts of Mercer and Burlington County, these storms have a history of producing hail. Again, the hail hasn't been too significant. We're more concerned about that tornado threat and also that damaging wind threat as well.
I can barely record because I'm shaking so much.
Go ahead. Okay, good news. So the tornado warning has been canceled for parts of Philadelphia and Camden County. So now we're just looking at that tornado warning in this red polygon right in here. So we're looking at Burlington County in New Jersey. This continues until 7:30. This is still a cell that has not had visual confirmation of a tornado, but this system is capable of producing that twisting and turning in the atmosphere. Hail, not a big problem, but damaging winds, a problem with this as it continues 7:31 in Country Lake Estates. So at this point, we are looking at New Jersey, where we're seeing the worst of the weather with this tornado warning. Again, that's moving at about 55 miles per hour. Alright, looks pretty nasty over Trenton right now. And some of that reflectivity is purple, so likely in Trenton you don't just have the tornado threat, you also have the potential of the hail and also those damaging straight lines.
Yes, it went over us.
Rotation right in
yes, it just, yes. It literally just went like right past us, like from like a
spin in the atmosphere. Green
0.1 miles away.
For the radar, red going away from the radar. So we look at that particular spot where we have rotation being depicted by Doppler radar, and then that'll give us a better sense of what communities really need to be in their safe spot. So 7:06, this will be moving over Sylvan Glen. 7:09.
It just went past us by like less than a mile, 0.1.
In Allentown, 7:21 in Upper Freehold.
Mom, get your phone.
32 in Woodare Estates. I know I just said Allentown. This is in New Jersey.
Whoa. Whoa. I want to see.
flooding. It's flooding. Still been flooding a lot on the sidewalk. There was hail. I see hail on the grass. Mom, there was hail. It was hail. Wow. Wow. Uh-huh. We was in the basement. It's flooding. Look at it.
Alright, this ain't fun.
That was supposedly being used to create weapons of mass destruction, I think sometime around 1993 or 1990.
Everyone, I'm Laura Ingram. This is the Ingram Angle from Washington tonight. As always, thank you very much for spending time with us. Oh, breaking news tonight. What is this? Oh, Joe Biden is apparently joining his biting German Shepherd commander in the doghouse. Jackie Heinrich is reporting tonight that all of Biden's campaign calls were abruptly canceled last night after the garbage debacle. Shocking. Now, this means that both commander and our commander-in-chief are now muzzled. But first, the new big lie. That's the focus of tonight's angle.
Hi guys, welcome to our channel.
Yeah. Oh.
This is the world's first reusable cotton swab. It can remove up to 10 times more ears. Latest studies show that traditional cotton swabs are not good for your ears.
Wow,
There is
that's
even
the
a warning
first
on
time
box
I've ever
telling
heard
you not
that.
to put them in your ears. Instead, specialists recommend a revolutionary new
shit.
device called Tidy. It was
What is
designed
wrong
by
with you?
Get ready for a thrilling look at explosive incidents that will leave you breathless. From industrial blasts to accidental detonations, this video showcases the chaos and fear of these intense moments. Let's get started. Massive explosion rocked by a lab in Conyers, Georgia. Explosion at Hoover Dam in Nevada, USA.
Something has just blown up.
Tractor-trailer fire in Greene County, Georgia, explodes.
Yo, what the? Yo, is it? Yo, what the? He's dead, man.
Explosion in Texas after train hits truck. station explodes in Rio Claro, Brazil. Warehouse fire triggers explosion in Rio Claro, Brazil.
Meu Deus!
Fireworks factory explodes in Simo's Filho. Explosive fire erupts near Tokyo Station.
Mother fuck.
If you haven't subscribed yet, now's the perfect time to join our amazing community. Fire and explosions at Fireworks Warehouse. Factory explosion. Accident at German steel factory. In Ontario, California.
Firework factory over here. Yo, that explosion was loud, man. It like vibrated my chest.
Fireworks explosion. A massive smoke plume.
Yeah.
Massive explosion at an oil refinery. Terrible explosion, large fire.
No problem.
Propane tank explodes. Stay tuned for exciting content that will keep you engaged.
Mama!
Explosion rips through LA.
Right through the flame. They have to come right through the flames. Okay, now the flames will start to decrease.
Explosion at the East Coast's largest oil refinery.
Yeah.
Chemical plant explosion in Shepherd, Texas. Explosion at chemical plant in Shepherd, Texas. Explosions in London. Fire and smoke visible from several kilometers away.
Oh, shit.
Ogun gas tanker explosion.
Gas explosion at Itoshi. Right now, live. At Itoshi, roundabout.
Don't miss our next video, it's going to be unforgettable. Massive explosion at Philadelphia refinery. Fuel truck explodes in Villa Isabel. A terrifying fire broke out at a factory in Zhongtang Town.
So I have to sand them all a little bit.
A police helicopter crashed violently in Pompano Beach, Florida. An explosion in a gas pipe inside a drain destroyed several vehicles and businesses. A boat performed a 360-degree somersault. Cease designing and building this model. Tire blowout, never be subjected. What a massive explosion. Blast involving 410 refrigerant. Stick around until the end of the content. It will captivate and engage you. The house exploded after a car hit it. An explosion on a gas pipeline.
Okay.
Strong explosions caused by gas cylinders. A pipeline explosion that began in Deer Park and spread to LaPorte. A massive explosion at a Shenyang massage parlor was caused by a gas leak. A big explosion occurred in Zhuhai, China. A boat suddenly exploded while being refueled. A light bulb exploded in an apartment basement in Binjuan. A gas truck exploded, causing a fire to rage at a gas station. Wolfram factory was hit by a massive explosion. Coal power plant explosion. Stericycle explosion.
Fire breaks out after explosion on tracks at Lorient Station. Oh my god. Whoa.
Fire seen meters from the platform. Antara's rocket explosion. Terrible explosion, they tried to escape. explosion near residential areas are highly dangerous. And there was some on the video that's not moments you don't miss. That wasn't part of the plan.
Oh, bueno. Eso, qué cagada. Mira. Qué cagada, qué cagada, qué cagada. Abandona, abandona, abandona.
¿Sabes qué? Este producto de un imbécil.
The car exploded and caught fire intensely.
Oh, fuck.
The bus crashes in Brazil. A tank explodes in Peru, sending cars throwing.
Watching the video. If you feel it's good, please feel free to click the subscribe button to receive more interesting videos. See you.
Welcome to Hannity this Friday night, and
Okay.
She eats it like a fucking piranha, dude. Good job. Can we give it up for Masha for being a very patient and a very good girl? Good job, Masha. You did so good. Can we get a big W for Masha for being a good girl? Good job, Masha. Good job, baby. I'm proud of you. Good job. Let's give it up for Masha for being a very good girl and waiting like a legitimately 1 minute. I did make her wait 1 full minute. But she was patient. She did. She actually did it. Good job, Masha. I'm very proud of you. I know that wasn't easy. I know you didn't want to do that, but you did that. Yes, you did. Okay, I think I gave her like 4 or 5 treats. That's too many. No more. No more. I'm going to have to ask you to go down. I'm going to be scary. No more.
Ah.
sure there's no scraps left on the top of my head. Alright, let's continue.
You should make a peace sign for Loretta.
I'm not doing bigger than that.
Oh.
Hey! What's coming over the line? Very good. Very good. Good job. Promotion. Finally, the two votes for food. You can do your shit. It's show deal. I have not known. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So they're looking for potato for it. Thank you so much for your looking for potato. No fucking way. And considering time, I have not seen that too often. You know, a lot of people where they're too scared to show their true patriotism on the stuff, so you don't come across it too often. Too many people are too scared to show their true colors on it. Hey, I'll clearly. I watch you everywhere, man. I watch you everywhere.
Good.
Bro, when I need it for a game of bingo, I can't find it. Oh, ironically, I get one. Hey, I have a question to ask you, please. Answer it.
Yeah.
Okay, I want you to make a conscious decision.
Wait, is this the magic trick?
No, I was going to ask you to pick one person in this room, but no, I can do a magic. Like, you took your, potato for last week of vacation, and it is a great vacation, bro. By the way, we don't do bingo for a while. I'll do bingo like once a week, because they do take a long time.
Yeah, welcome.
You guys do realize, it was yesterday, it's over. Move on, okay?
Welcome.
Hello? I wonder where that still image is going to go.
TikTok.
Yo, stop welcoming me. It sounds gross.
Hey, Billy.
I don't personally know you guys there. How do you know my name?
I can read your mind.
What am I thinking? That's not what it was.
Yeah, you know what you remind me of. You know, okay. I have a question. Do you want to hear a joke?
Yes, I love jokes. And then I can give you a joke after? Okay.
It's also a Laffy Taffy though, so it might not be that funny.
Okay, I'm ready.
Alright. What clever egg can fit in your hand?
A knife.
Oh, that's quite dark.
No, it's clever though. You could do anything with it. With a knife, you can carve out your passions and your dreams. Like you can carve out a pumpkin, or you can cut up a piece of food and make it into a dish. It's more of like a destiny-driven question. Yes.
Answer the...
A worm.
A smartphone.
Oh, well, that's not a bad idea, I guess. Oh,
alright, what's it?
Yeah, I'm so sorry, I didn't know it was picture day. Let me pose.
Period. Pose the Maya. Hey. Hey.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask you a question. What do you call a ball guy that walks into a garage?
A killer?
No, a hostage situation.
Hey, what's up? Huh?
Oh my god. At least she was happy, I suppose. For the 10 songs, don't make me slow with your face and
all that stuff.
And thanks so much for the temperature. Thank you so much. Hi, man. Hello. I know you. Okay.
Peggy put a little bit of picture that Peggy showed us. I hope you did great. Thank you. Yeah, no, she knew what was going on. I wasn't going to joke up to her. She knew what was up.
Why is it cutting first? Stop. Stop.
Your son. Why is there an infant here? How old is that kid? Like 3, 2?
What you hear, Mr. Bean?
There's literally people on here with their genitals out. Why is there a child here? And then when I make a thing so you get this out, this one goes to that one. Thank you, man.
Who says it's for the store?
Hi. Oh, no, man. Calm down. I haven't done the jump scare. Now you can sleep. That's how that works. That's how that works. What was I going to say? Thank you, you can say like, picture will thank you so much. And you do super fun. Thank you. If you didn't think about it, I would have watched. Yeah, exactly. Infants, got to the first time I said ago, a Confederate flag is one of the hardest things to get always.
Okay, folks, I'm out. Time to catch some Alright, brother, I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. I got a lot of shit. A lot of shit I need to get done. I'm about to go too. Good night. See ya. Later.
Bingo. That was the last one too?